It's early today, isn't it? It's really early. Man. It really is early. That is just crazy, isn't it? Holy shit, it's early. Man. I really woke up early today, didn't I? Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest, I actually wish I went live at 7 in the morning every day. Like, I do. I wish I would do that. I like actually being live in the morning. I prefer it. But man, it really is early. Like, it is wild. Oh my god. So yeah, we got a lot of shit to talk about today, guys. Sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy, Asmongold. And today... And today we get to, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. I'm gonna start the trial in just probably, 5 or 6 minutes here. But, man, I'm actually kind of mad. You know who I'm mad at, guys? You know who I'm mad at? Who am I mad at? That's right, I'm mad at XQC. Because he started all this drama with the gambling stuff. And I'm gonna have to watch the trial, and I have to spend all day, and I won't be able to comment on it until later on today. I want to talk about it, but I can't, because we have to do the trial today. So we have to do that, and so yeah, that's what it is. But no, he started gambling again, and people are mad about it. Oh my god, I feel like I'm just gonna, like, we've got to do the honing stream today, right? I mean, just for the memes, we do. I'm not, like, as I said before, I'm not gonna go and do like a moral thing, like he shouldn't do it or whatever. He should do whatever he wants to do. If people get mad about it, petition Twitch, not him. If he stops, somebody else will start. Remember whenever people bullied fucking XQC into stopping gambling, and then Aiden Ross showed up and he kept gambling? You know, like, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. It's just gonna be the same. It's never gonna be different. There's always gonna be a new person doing this. You don't like it, get mad at the system. You can get mad at the people all you want, but just know that you're shouting into a void. A constantly changing, going from a Canadian Overwatch player to a, what is Aiden Ross? What did he play? Grand Theft Auto server owner, to a, like RBG leader, PUBG, Car 98 God. It doesn't matter what form this amalgamation takes. It will always change, and you'll always be fighting against something that you can never really stop it, because it just keeps happening. It's a system. So system is the situation. So yeah, you guys aren't gonna get any shitting on XQC clips today. I'm sorry. I tried to petition Twitch to not have gambling. Apparently they don't care. So might as well gamble. People love watching it. There's, like, people get record high viewership for gambling. Why is that? It's because it's really popular. Like, that's why people like watching it. Not only is it lucrative, you get a lot of money, but you also have a lot of viewers. So, like, that's, it is what it is. It's starting. All right, well, there it is. There's the, there you guys go. People have spammed me about this. That's generally what I think. I've lost a lot of money in gambling. Well, as I said, I see this stuff and people are like, are you thinking about getting a steak sponsor? I said, fuck no. I'm thinking about making another website about gambling. Holy shit. I bet they're making so much fucking money. God damn. I'll make my own damn website. All right, guys. There they go. Is a police officer escorting her there? I like that. That's cute. All right, let's watch this. Let's do it. I said I'd be live for the start, and here we are, boys. A promise made is a promise kept. First time ever. Oh my God. I'm so early. It is so early. Can you guys believe how early this is? You just pledged yeah, guys, I pledge that this is what will happen. No, for real though, like I was thinking, I was like, man, like.
All right.
Dash, I can't. I'll talk about it
next
later.
question.
I'm hoping that can't see. Wait, what, bro?
Good morning, Miss Heard.
Good morning.
It's really early, guys.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp
It's
began
really
in October
early.
Of 2011.
Let me tell you something.
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times under oath that
Yeah.
the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Miss Heard?
That is correct.
It's the worst of
You
times now,
testified
right?
that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
I don't think that's true.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
Yeah, I
But now
don't
you've
think that
told
he
this
was sober
jury
for a whole year.
That Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Volume up?
No,
Sure.
he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is
How's
that right?
that?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He took a break from hitting, or took a break
He was
from
smashing
dating?
things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
But I thought she
You
just
told
said.
this jury that quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
Learning the boss
end quote.
fight.
Is that right?
That is correct.
The moveset of this elder
So it was during
lord.
these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012.
That's what I
But
would
I'm
give
not
somebody that
certain.
was abusive towards me, is a
We've
knife.
seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Oh, great.
Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife?
Brandish
to
the
Mr.
weapon. I'll laugh. It's like this. Holy shit, that's big.
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Miss Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master
Allegedly.
Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury?
That's a big knife. That's a big one. You could say that's a mega knife.
Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015.
All right.
You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
Oh
You
my
testified that the
god.
phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony,
That's hard
this
to
was
do.
a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
That's really hard to do.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820.
Okay, let's see it. I bet it's gonna be a picture of the phone and it's not broken.
I believe
How much
this
do you want to
has
bet?
already been admitted into evidence. If we could have it published.
Yeah, I bet that's what it's gonna be. The guy, just because, like I kind of know how this whole song and dance is going at this point, and it certainly seems like that's what's gonna happen.
Thank you.
Wow,
You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
really
is
good
correct.
job, you
And
two.
you testified that the
Great
wall-mounted
audio.
phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's certainly convenient. Wow.
It's convenient.
That's what I
the
was
pieces
thinking.
of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King
Yeah.
testified under oath in
I
this
watched
trial,
it.
right?
That
I
is
already
correct.
watched this last
And he
night.
testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. The counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this
So
picture.
does reality.
Actually, can
I
we please
disagree
bring up
with
Defendant's
yours.
Exhibit 1821,
Oh, here we go.
which is also admitted into evidence?
Okay, here we go. Oh, there's one of the phones right there.
You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted
Everybody's
phone you
lying
just
except
described.
her. Keep that in mind.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone.
Right.
Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was white, like it looked antique, large and antique.
She said decorative because they're not actually.
The large and antique
She has the
one that's
phone
not
logs of
depicted
the
in any
house,
photograph,
and
including
she
ones
knows
you
that there's
took,
two phones in
is the
there.
one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
That's probably why.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
She was very
And according
graphic.
to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off.
Where'd it go?
Obviously, I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
But it was
Well,
right
it's not your
here.
best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my
Where'd
best
it go?
guess.
Okay, let's go back to my question.
Oh my God.
You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Oh, good. Under the penalty of perjury. I wonder where she's going with this. I bet she's lying. Uh-oh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, man. Wow, look at that. Was that all a list of all the times that she lied in court? No, it's too short.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the
Okay.
declaration.
Just page 14, yeah, of course.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, while he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote.
Damn.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
What an
So you testified in
idiot.
this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Damn.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
Uh-huh.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle? Is that your testimony? While
was holding
holding you
my-
down by the neck?
Sorry.
It's
was your
obvious
question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle
She's not gonna get away.
before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
And
Where's the bottle? That he assaulted
At what
with,
point?
while holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
So you use both hands.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't
But
remember
I
the
wonder.
sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
You know she's
So he
getting
penetrates
God.
you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence.
Yeah,
And
I'll
while
tell
he
you
was on
what it
8 to
is.
10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence.
Okay.
This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you
Where'd it
with a
go?
bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things.
Well,
This
that's
was
good.
A multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Yeah.
It was
Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's not
sequence.
my question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly.
He did
that
it for
occurred.
3 days?
I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege.
It's a mega
occurred.
day.
Yes,
Okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence.
Oh, good. Here we go. It's just
So
obvious.
you testified. Actually. Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript.
It's just fucking obvious, man. Oh, no. Yeah, we're gonna get into the sequence. Did she refill a bottle of Fiji water with some purple drink?
Sir, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes, of
Court
my
transcript?
deposition?
Yes. No, of the court transcript.
Imagine she's
From this
sipping
trial.
on lean.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
Ah. Yeah? Best part is a female prosecuting her? Yeah, because you knew if a man was up there asking their questions, everybody on Twitter would be saying, and these publications would be saying it's sexism, and he should believe women, and it's so problematic that he's questioning a woman's testimony.
And the reason that
You-
we
you
need
know
to
what
go
I mean?
through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are
That's how
very
stupid
serious
the world is
allegations
right
that you're
now.
making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Absolutely.
So let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote.
I remember this.
Right?
We watched this.
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens. Right?
That is correct.
My OneDrive wasn't signed.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing, end quote.
Yep.
Right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging, by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Heard, that you testified to this jury, that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
She's going to show the bottle.
I have never
That's what she's
testified
going
to
to
a
do.
sequence.
Yeah, she's setting her up. Yeah, exactly.
Keep talking.
Yeah,
about
she's
that
getting
sequence.
set up for
then
this.
Then on page 4521.
This is bad. Oh, no, this is bad.
Starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar.
Jesus.
Right?
Okay.
They're like, please stop, throw in the towel, time out, time out, time out. This is too much. Please don't do this. Please, we know what you're going to do. Everybody knows it. It's so obvious what's going to happen, right? Because, like, she's going to clearly ask, like, how the fuck did he fucking hold you down by your neck or hold the bottle and assault you with it after he just cut off his fucking finger? You see what I'm saying? Like, how did this even happen? It's honestly setting up for a burst phase. Yeah, like this is clearly what's going to happen. Now, I think there's a possibility that she's trying to ask that because she's going to have a picture of the bottle the day after, and there's not going to be any blood on the bottle from his from his finger. You see what I'm saying? So like they probably have a picture of the bottle the day after this, and they're going to be like, well, she held you down, and there's no pictures on the bottle. You see what I'm saying? There's no blood on the bottle. That's probably what it is. Oh my God. She would have been covered in blood? Yeah, well, I know that. That's what happens whenever you go up against an Elden Lord. Like, that's what happens, man. What do you expect?
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3.
Okay.
You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down
That's what I thought.
on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816.
It's a nice
She's already been
hashtag.
admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
Oh.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
Yeah.
I was never sure.
This one right here.
It was, but it was definitely that shape.
Yeah, I remember
Felt
this.
like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
Yeah, she said it upset her whenever she saw it. Remember that?
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
That's true.
Let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, Often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings.
Sometimes he was often. Yes.
You need to put your microphone on.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where
Yep.
that was, and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Yes, I remember
And he
that.
was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not
Nah.
often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's
You
different
testified
than
that
what's
you bled as a
true.
result of this sexual assault.
We know that.
Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
That's convenient.
And the day after
To-
you
is to
sustained all these
protect
injuries,
Johnny.
Dr. David Kipper came to the
Yeah.
house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day.
She was protecting
along
him.
with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with Nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you.
Ah.
He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up.
Here-
Do you remember giving testimony in this case?
Here we
Physician,
go.
Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've seen
Okay.
a couple.
All right. We got to go back to the. Let's get back to the start. Let's go.
If we could please
Oh no.
pull up the deposition transcript, day 2.
All right. Okay, let's
At
go back.
589, lines 6 through 8.
Yeah, check the logs. This is great. This is the best ban appeal I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Oh no. I wonder what's gonna be in the logs. Does anybody want to guess what's gonna be in the
Your Honor,
logs?
we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury. Lines day 2, page
I
540.
wonder. Yeah, it's
lines
such a
6 through 9.
mystery.
If we have permission to publish it.
You ought to give me a minute.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of course.
there. 589.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what were the lines again?
Sorry, there's just so much
Page
bullshit in
589,
here. It's gonna
line
take a
6.
while to go through this whole thing, you know.
Did you say 540 or 589?
589,
Oh no.
lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thanks.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
All right.
Yes, she came with.
There we go. All right. Now
Miss Lloyd is a
that's
nurse,
settled.
correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at
good.
that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
That's convenient.
And the same day, you also saw
I
your
wonder
own
why.
nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
Doesn't
You saw Ms.
recall.
Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Aaron Barantholotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records.
Not
to know.
sure. Yeah.
You heard her testify according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
Uh-huh.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
That is
But you
convenient.
did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I was.
Are we going to pull them up?
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence.
Ah, look at that. Look at that. There it is. Let's go. Let's see it. Using her, it's
You
like,
took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
oh no.
That's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
That's,
Ah.
what's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375.
Because you would think, you know? You would think.
You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
Because it
That's
beat the
correct.
shit out of her,
And
right?
This is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Yes, she's a vampire.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror.
Okay. That's a good
So
idea.
the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
She's going to bring up.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
Uh-oh.
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
She's going to just repeat it.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830.
Oh, God. Oh,
I
no.
believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is
Wow.
a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries. No.
Ah.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote,
Trying to be
she
smart.
loves naked photos of herself.
That's
so
bad.
modern, so hot.
I had not read that yet. I mean, before. But yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
I can
So,
think of
Ms. Heard, just to
somebody.
be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
Yeah,
That's
I can
correct.
think of someone.
You know Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls. It was
With
on
himself.
lampshades.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was on
yeah.
cushions.
It's your testimony that
crazy conversation with who?
With himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
So what happened?
Box smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph. No.
Ah.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from
This is
1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
God. This is bad.
To get you mad, it's not to get, it's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No.
That's a good point.
There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is,
That's true.
you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and
Yep.
mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor.
Oh, good. I have
Bam,
to
bam,
get this
bam.
over.
Here you come.
I got a new list.
I come out.
A new list.
Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I go split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock.
I gotta
bang,
go back
bang,
to the
bang.
list.
You kept coming to get me.
Every
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors, and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that
Heard?
That's
uh,
convenient.
period of time. I'll
Yeah.
give
Miss
you.
Heard, that's not my
She's
question.
like,
5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
I
That's
was
what
there.
actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I
Heard,
went to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
yeah, just shut up and answer the question. Oh my God.
The recording we just listened to.
This
That's
judge
exactly
knows what's
what
going
happened
on.
in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
Yeah.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my
Uh-huh.
husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371.
Oh, this is her own exhibit again. That's great. Her own evidence. This is bad.
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
Oh, no, I guess not. This is special. This is vicious? Yeah, this is
scroll
brutal,
down,
man.
please. No.
Holy shit.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it.
That her lawyer didn't have the mic on again.
I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute.
Man.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I'd like to just
Oh, my-
talk to the witness about it if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Man.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been
Ain't that
marked as
something?
Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Nuh-uh.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Oh, no.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and forth
if you
if she
can-
wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Okay, here we go.
Pull it up.
Nev's like, all right, do you have the text? I mean, can't she just throw in the towel? Like, I mean, this is
Seeing
bad.
these unredacted messages, just this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan.
Just call it a day.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Here we go.
Yes, that's
Hopefully
correct.
we'll be able
And
to see
Dr.
this.
Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't
That's what
have
she
the power. I
meant.
didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny.
I can't
and
believe
knew
Johnny
I
would
needed
do
to
that.
change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Exhibit,
Horrible for me.
Defendant's Exhibit 371.
How many
as
fingers do
redacted
you
with just
have?
Ms. Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's...
Could you
Your
show
Honor,
them
may
just-
we
yeah,
please
let's go,
approach?
let's-
Okay, here we go. Yep, they're gonna go and use the email. It's just done. Like it's done. Why are you even like? If I was her lawyer, I'd be like, listen. We all knew this was gonna happen. It's time now. Okay, let's just get this over with. Okay, I gotta get to lunch. You know, like how is it? We call it flogging a dead horse. You know, I think they have like 30 hours of this. I hope they use all 30 hours of it to just completely fucking degrade her. Like, just in every single sense of the word, everything possible. Let's use all 60 hours, 61 hours to just completely put her in the fucking dirt, man. Oh my God, I am excited to see this. It's going to be great, man. Wow. She's lining up her perjury investigation. It's probably not going to happen. I mean, I don't think so, but it's just that she deserves it. Yeah, she does deserve it because that's what she did to Johnny. That's the same thing that happened. I think this is so funny because remember like all those people who were like making the posts about it on Twitter and shit about how, oh, I can't believe people are just laughing and they don't believe her testimony. It's like, this is why. Like everybody saw these differences, right? I mean, like obviously they don't have the evidence that she does. They don't have it all written down. But like, I remember whenever everybody saw this shit happen, they were like, wait, well, but what about this? But I thought he just cut off his, wait, what? Like, what happened to the police? Where'd they go? But so Johnny, wait, now we're in the next morning. I thought he was trying to beat down the door. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, this is fucking funny, man. She's not allowed in Australia because she smuggled the dolls in? Oh, that's cute.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted
Okay.
over objection.
Let's see it.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said,
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
Yeah.
That's what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yep, there we go. All right, that makes sense.
Ms. Heard, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
Ugh.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
God damn, that sucks.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had
Fuck.
a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you.
That's not
Isn't
good.
that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement
Hey.
to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Let's play it again. Let's play it again just so everybody can hear it. Yeah, exactly. Because it's just, why is she talking to the jury every time? Because she knows she can't win on logic, so she has to appeal to emotion by looking at them and making them feel sorry for her. Like, that's obviously what it is, right? That's what the whole thing was built around. Yeah, so that's why she's looking at the jury. These people like this, they survive on other people's misplaced goodwill and sympathies. That's the only reason they exist, is they're just parasites. And there's so many people like this out there, and most of them never get anywhere, so you never hear about it. But every once in a while, one of them manages to fake it
So
until
in a
they make it.
deposition, Ms. Heard,
And you get this.
you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember.
Let's play it.
I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
Let's play it. Can we play
So
it?
it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen.
She's
I don't remember what
lying
she
too.
testified to. But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his
I
testimony.
don't recall.
It was actually
Yep, that's
you who
right.
punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
That's what she said.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at
Oh,
him.
Mr. He's lying
Not
too.
on that occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
He imagined
Well, he
it.
certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
Are they going to
91.
compare handwriting? Oh, no.
I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so
Yep.
please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A.
Yep. I was waiting for this. Yep, I was waiting for this. Here we go. I thought this was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to be this
This
easy.
is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Oh, no. Jesus Christ.
Is it done? Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted
Oh.
Mr. Depp's writings
Oh,
as
God.
on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approve?
Okay, yep. Keep objecting. It's not going to matter. It won't make a difference. It's going to happen even that. Sorry, done with Bob Evian, not even 45 minutes in. Bro, we are not even at the poop yet. I don't even know, we're not even at the poop. Like, that's what I want to hear about. I'm ready to hear about the poop. Like, because they probably have, some medical records of it and everything like that. Yeah, let's get to the poop, man. Like, this is already just like, I mean, this is just fucking bad. Like, it's really bad for her, man. It's awful. Johnny's team never objected to Amber's evidence. Well, it's like, as I said, like, this is what they're doing. It's like they're using her own evidence. It's like you're taking a person's arm and then making them punch themselves in the head with their own arm. That's what's happening with their evidence, is they're literally using it against her. It's really bad. I think it's fucking funny. I think this is so fucking funny, man. Wow. Do you think she's going to go to jail? No, probably not. Maybe. I find it very unlikely. But of course it's possible. There's a lot of things that are possible. Not at all. Yeah, lying under oath? Listen, you have to understand that she has a lot of money.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet, Your Honor.
Writing them down.
I guess, wait, no, never mind. Not after this.
Let's write them down first.
Oh, wow. That's a good point. That is a very good point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
Net worth is $8 million.
Could
Yeah,
you
and
please
after this, it's
publish
going to be
this to the jury?
negative $42 million.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
All right, here we go.
This is a picture
Aw.
that's on the inside cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
Oh,
That's correct.
Look at
And
that.
this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's now turn to page 3.
Such a happy couple. Yeah.
This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This
Cursive.
is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
She does
That is
have good
correct. That was
handwriting, to
during
be
our
fair.
honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that.
Oh my God.
And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
I wonder what the hate notes look like. God. Wow. This is really
That would be April
fucking
8th,
special.
2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a
Yeah.
couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following.
Ah.
Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Man. Isn't that something? Steve.
Mr.
She
Let's
calls him
take a look
Steve.
at
I don't know
Defendant's
why.
Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Let's pull the evidence.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard. I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
It's photoshopped.
We haven't seen any photos
Oh
of
my
your face
God.
from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
The desperation is sinking in.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A
Wow.
at page
It's
46.
photoshopped.
Going back to the Love Journal.
Even the pictures are lying. Incredible.
This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day.
Man.
XX Slim." Did I read that right?
That is
Man.
correct.
Bro.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68.
Oh my god. This is some fucking... What? She's actually insane.
This is another entry from you
Holy
writing
shit.
to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
Like, this is actually scary, bro.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
Who will play her in a movie? Helena Bonham Carter. How about that? I mean, I think that's the only person who can really be as hot and crazy as she is at the same time.
And you write, quote,
You know what I
hope
mean?
the things said in anger and pain were just that. And that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you.
Yeah.
You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim.
Isn't that nice?
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89.
Uh-huh.
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Why
The
do we
whole
ever
book
fight?
is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
Why do we
And here
fight?
you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal?
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and,
And
you know.
apology
if you're a
notes from
person,
you
what the
to
fuck?
Mr. Depp?
What'd you
The
expect?
book was more of a love notebook, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to,
Oh my God. Run, Johnny, run.
you know, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's
Yeah.
important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90.
Okay, here we go. Let's see it.
Here you write, quote, "I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight.
Oh my God.
I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim."
Holy shit.
Did I read that correctly?
Holy
Another example
shit,
of me trying to
bro.
fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Oh my
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior.
I tried everything. I tried apologizing, I tried reading, I tried therapists, I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't
Dear
change
Slim,
like
I
you told
wrote
Dr.
you.
Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
But you still ain't calling. Oh my God.
Let's
This
talk
is
about December 15th, 2015 again.
fucking horrifying. Like, oh my
Aaron
God.
Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
Uh-oh.
She would sometimes see
Uh-oh.
me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase.
No
correct?
way. They're going to use
Yes,
the
that's
YouTube
correct.
video.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence.
No way. They're going to use the YouTube video. Oh my God.
If we could please have that published to the jury.
It's going to be the knife, isn't it?
Mr. This is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Mr. You also
he's
testified that there
smiling.
was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes. That's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
Convenient.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct?
Oh no.
To celebrate Christmas?
This is what Johnny laughed about. Uh-oh.
The incident was on the 15th, and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99.
Oh no, it's not going to be the pictures from the photo shoot, is it?
This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015,
Oh
correct?
God.
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip,
It was taken on the island.
on that trip,
Yes,
weeks later.
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99.
No objection. Uh-oh. Okay.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Heard's face?
All right, let's see it.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and
She's
publish.
so damaged. Yeah, I know. She got the
Alright,
shit
100
beat out of her.
evidence.
Couldn't you guys tell? Like, her face was only in black and white. That's how bad it was.
Ms. Heard, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same.
Look at all that
photo
black
shoot you
bruising
asked
on
me
her
about
face.
Earlier, and this is several
Jesus.
weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom.
Uh-huh.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Okay, here we go.
All right, 101 in evidence can publish.
Here we fucking go. So that's both sides of her face at this point. Yeah.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face. It's your
Damn.
testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we
Yeah.
could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence can publish.
Just laugh. Bro, like, this is just... God damn.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
Oh my god. This is brutal.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence.
Uh-huh. Here we go.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Okay. Yeah.
And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Wow. So there's no damage on her anywhere. That's crazy.
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Wow.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp
She
as
was
nodding
running
off
away
during
from
the trip,
Johnny.
right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
Uh-huh.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
The mineral
I did throw
spirits, right?
something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
That was something else.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Chef, thanks for
Yes,
5
that's correct.
subs.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
She
And then you kept
lied.
apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said?
Uh-huh.
Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but
Both of
I
us.
don't know what she
Yeah, you know, it's a wash.
would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements.
That's a whole
and
lot.
Each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you.
She's stalling, yeah, a little
I
bit.
have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Oh no, they're gonna bring up another one, aren't they? I'll remind you, yep.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
This is just, oh my god.
Thank you.
How'd you win the UK with this? I don't know. Man, UK dog shit courts? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, this is sad, man. It really
Your
is. This is
attention,
fucking
Ms. Heard,
sad.
to page 6 of your
The
5th
newspaper
witness
did?
statement.
Yeah, good point.
It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if
understand.
I'd describe it in full in this statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement.
Oh
that accompanied the 5th
boy.
witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh man, like this is just like I kind of like it's like her messages, man. Like these messages, I mean, this is like psycho shit, man. It's not even like a normal, like, oh, I got upset one day. No, this is like fucking psycho shit. Wow. Oh my god. Really, like these
In
messages.
the confidential schedule to
The
your fifth
fuck?
witness statement.
You feel bad for her? In a way, but I also think it's funny.
Paragraph
I think it's funnier more than I
1
feel
on
bad for
page
her.
21.
It's mainly funny.
You describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
Oh, so she said that for to muddy the waters of her abuse versus
Please
his.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this
Man.
is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor?
394.
394.
I think I have no objection.
All right,
Your Honor.
I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
All right, here we go. Here we fucking go.
I say when I say I'm gonna try and change X, Y, and Z thing or work on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing those things,
What things have you been doing?
working on these things, and not doing certain things, trying to change certain things. That's last several times, especially.
Hence, screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I knew it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
He didn't fuck my kids up, but
I'm
it
so
was pretty
sorry.
fucking. It was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
'Cause I jumped
Yeah,
off
I
the
bet.
train and went,
I fucking bet.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So you're going for the counselor. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, right. Poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me again.
comebacks.
That's so-
No,
Your-
you think
your
you're controlling yourself.
Your character
You
is-
think you're controlling
Your
yourself.
characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see you even worse. And believe you me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I've had an Ambien and think I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. Fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if if been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is. Because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
What a
correct.
bitch.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
Oh, a part of it.
Discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about
What?
a part of that argument.
No.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't
Is his
mention
face?
Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often use other people, yes.
She didn't say kids
And you
because she knew
challenge
it would
him
make
to
her
find
look
a
bad.
woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody.
Oh
Don't outside
my
research.
god. Dunk after dunk. I mean, this is like, guys, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is actually fucking bad for her. Like, I mean, I didn't even know. Like, here's the thing. Is like, I went into this just thinking that she was like normal crazy, right? Which is like, I mean, what even is normal crazy? I don't know. But like, this is
Back at 10:47.
this is the kind of stuff that you like write a movie about. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of stuff, like, this character is like so fucking insane, so fucking wild, that she is just like, you gotta write a movie about this shit. This is a wild animal. This is not even a person. This is a wild animal. Like, holy fuck, bro. Like, oh my god. This movie's so well casted. Yeah, I know. It's funny because our actors, yeah, like, she plays herself really fucking well. Like, that's what it is. She keeps playing the wrong characters. Like, they could have just had her play crazy people the whole fucking, all of her career, and she'd be doing way better. I gotta say, guys, I mean, this is just fucking bad. Like, especially how she's accusing Johnny of using his kids, and then she starts getting mad that he's upset that she freaked his kid out, you know? Like, it's one thing after another, man. Yeah, it's Gone Girl movie. What's so bad about this? Guaranteed she never wears a gray suit for the rest of her life? I'd fucking hope not. It's just like, it's really surprised to see, it's really surprising to see, like, how bad this is for her. You know what I mean? Like, this is, I did not honestly expect it to be this bad. I thought it was going to be like, oh, well, you know, she's going to look stupid and they're going to catch her in some bullshit and it's not going to be a big deal, right? But no, like, this is just fucking, this is bad. After her career has deluded her into so much believing that she's the star in real life as well? No, I bet she did this when she was 15. No, I don't think it has anything to do with her being an actor. I bet she did this before she even knew Johnny. She's just, listen, she's a crazy bitch. Like, there's not like an age limit or like a career limit on who can be a crazy bitch. Yeah, this is just what she does. She's been crazy her whole life. She's got 37 whatever the fuck years experience on this. Not however long she's been an actor. Rad, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. And the thing is, like, a lot of people probably put up with this because she was hot. You know, like, that's honestly the truth, and everybody knows it. Is that guys would put up with stupid shit like this because she's really hot, and it's like, oh, whatever, who cares? It's not a big deal anyway, right? Like, that's what it is. Until finally, you know, somebody is like, okay, I've had enough of this bullshit. I'm done. I'm tired of it, right? Why didn't Johnny leave her sooner? There's probably a lot of reasons why he didn't leave her sooner. I mean, really, there probably are. And like, I don't know, like, I'm assuming that there were probably a number of good points in the relationship too. It's just that the bad ones vastly outnumbered the good ones. That's really what it is. So yeah, I think that's why that happened. Let's see here. Elon Musk bought Twitter to ban her from it? Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter how hot someone is, there's always someone out there that's sick of their shit. Yeah, that's very fucking true, man. So yeah, it's just the dumb New York Post writer strikes again. As we're gonna take a look again, maybe. Let me see if I can find this. New York Post. New York Post. Where is this? Let's see if I can find this real quick. I I'm not even seeing any news about this at all. So, like, if they have something like this, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna double check. I'll show you guys what's on here, but it's nothing really too crazy. What's this here? Why they gotta show us this clown's face, man? Like, why? Like, what do you get out of that? It's just so annoying. Well, actually, I know what they get out of it. It's money. I feel like a lot of this, like, yeah, director's cut. She didn't want to be included in Aquaman 2. The unfair vilification of Amber Heard. Here we go. Yep, there we go. This is it. And this happened yesterday. Why is Johnny Depp still smirking? Well, do you know now? Yep, do you know now? Wow, Amber Heard isn't a perfect victim, but guess what? There are no perfect victims. Yeah, you're right. She certainly isn't. That's true. That is so fucking true. Has more recall, detail, and receipts than she ever did. Yet this other person was immediate cause for truth to misogynist power meme, a metric of liberal feminist bonanza. Who the fuck is this? Amber Heard has become a punchline. Well, that's because we have evidence that she's lying. Like, it testifies to horrific abuse. Well, maybe it's because it's not true. I think these kinds of people, like, they never even question, like, they never question their own reality. They're only interested in believing what they want to believe. That's basically it. Yeah, they'll never question their own reality. And I think that here's really the truth, is that articles like this and information like this, the reason why it's so popular is because people will click on it and talk about it and look at it, right? And so, like, yeah, that's what it is. They're paid. Yeah, they're doing this to get clicks, to get people going to the website, etc. And you know, it worked today, right? Because we're talking about this, and so that's unfortunate. But sometimes you have to just confront these things. It's a very cynical way to look at things, but I think that it's true. I think that's actually the way that they do things, is they have somebody like this, and if this person ever gets a lot of heat for it, if people ever get really angry at them for it, well, New York Post just fires them and they keep all the money that they made from that person doing things that are bad. Like, that's it. So there's nothing that you can even do about it. Read the last two paragraphs. What the fuck? Yeah, sure. Let me read the last two paragraphs. Clearly, both things can be true at the same time. But as for a perfect villain, well, Johnny Depp's doing some of his best work in ages. So Johnny Depp is the villain here. Yes, exactly. Clearly, the point is to establish Amber Heard as a liar. Does she seem to be lying about this? Yes. Does it mean she's lying about Depp's abuse? No. Well, I mean, I don't know. Does it mean that? I mean, like, no, but whenever she lies about all the details surrounding it, I would assume that means that she's lying. You know, yeah, the perfect villain. What an idiot writer. Well, this is what people do, right? And, like, see, for these people, they are going to defend Amber Heard simply on the fact that she's a woman. That's literally it. They're not going to look at the facts. They're not going to look at the evidence. They're not going to look at anything. They're going to see she's a woman, he's a man, he's wrong, she's not lying. Right? That's it. And you don't need to be a fucking genius to see this. Like, really, you don't need to be a genius to see this. It's so obvious. Abuse comes in a lot of forms. Even just refusing to admit you need help can be pretty abusive to your partner emotionally. Well, yeah, because it effectively invalidates what they feel. Yeah, sure, I agree with you. I think that can happen. But just in general, I find this to be very fucking annoying. It is. Let me read some of these. Yeah, she's showing she has no credibility. Yeah, I mean, obviously her credibility matters. How would it not fucking matter? That's the main thing that does matter. It's so weird. Only way we'll know for sure she's lying is to admit it, which won't happen. Well, we're never going to know for sure what happens. I mean, it's impossible to know for sure. But what isn't impossible is to have a pretty good fucking idea. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is that people have a pretty good fucking idea about it, and that's good enough. You're never going to be able to get a guarantee. You're never going to be able to get, you know, like fucking 100% like cold hard evidence. And I feel like in a lot of these cases, we've gotten really close to that. I honestly think so. I think we've gotten a lot of people showing evidence, and it's literally just that simple. And Sick Hoodie, thank you. I appreciate it. Do you think he ever hit her? Do I think he ever hit her? I would assume that he probably did. Did he hit her out of self-defense? I would assume that as well. So like, I have no idea. There is no evidence that he did, though. I'll say this. Yeah, a little. I have no idea. I would have hit her for sure. Yeah, it's like, I mean, in an abusive relationship, like I said before, like if you're hitting somebody else and then they hit you, it's not like, oh, it's a wash, you know, both people are wrong. No, I don't believe that. I think if you're hitting somebody else and then they hit you back, you're still wrong and you get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, that's what I think. And so, like, yeah, you shouldn't hit somebody and then it wouldn't be an issue. Honestly, I don't doubt you ever did more than slap her across the face. I mean, it seems very unlikely because, like, she's taken pictures of some bits of evidence, but there's nothing that's, like, really definitive about any of this, which is what I find to be very surprising. It's like if you look at these, look at these fucking, where is this? All of these hashtags. Look at the hashtags on Twitter, right? Amber Heard deserves prison. Like, bro, people are absolutely popping off on this. Yeah, Amber Heard room testifying. Like, it's just, it's fucking bad, man. It really is. So it seems quite obvious that that this is the case. It does. And she'll have more pictures. Some of her friends and family would know about it. Yeah, I think so. She's covered trying to reflect fake feelings. Well, the thing is, like, that kind of stuff that can only work in an environment where people let it work. And I think that the lawyer there is showing that. Is that as soon as you dissect and really fucking take this down to the very core of what it is, you can clearly see that she's fucking lying. And it's so obvious, too. Yeah, that's it. Even her family didn't come to support her. It's belittling for everyone who's really a victim of abuse. Yeah, exactly. She's psycho. I think so, too. Imagine if they could somehow have evidence she had Botox and that's what the bruises on her eyes were. There is no shot that's going to happen. I know you wish that was going to happen, but it will definitely not. Have a look at Amber Heard supporters on Twitter. Why? They're just probably crazy, like these like crazy people that think that women can never do anything wrong. Most of the people that I think are supporters of her are women that have had some level of abuse in their life, and they are assuming that she's telling the truth because they felt like their abuse story wasn't heard, so they're defending her because that's what they wish happened to them. I think it's literally that simple. I don't think this is any sort of like really fucking complex thing. This is not ideologically driven, except to the extent that it's just completely detached from reality. That's what I think. Yeah, so I don't think anybody's really supporting her except for other people that have had a similar situation as her, and they were in the right, you know, at least in their own mind. And then also, you have to keep in mind, there's other crazy bitches out there. So there are women out there who would think, yeah, this is just normal. She just really likes him a lot. Now, why do they think that? Because there's a lot of people who think my love is stronger than any restraining order. Absolutely they do. Yeah, they're just crazy as well. There's plenty of crazy people out there. You've got to keep that in mind. Yeah, it's just the way it goes. True, yeah. It's just, what's this here? I must agree with debunk Amber's bullshit based off her own medical knowledge. Yeah, Lesu, thank you very much for the 20 gifted community subs. Thank you very much. I think that everybody knows that it's bullshit. Like, it's just so obvious that it's bullshit. So why would I go and try to watch somebody else's stuff and like see this? Like, it's so clear. Yeah, there's fanboys for serial killers. How is it really surprising that people are being positive about Amber Heard? I think it's completely obvious. Yeah, people are just fucking nuts, man. The New York Post, another newspaper Johnny tried to sue, are both controlled by Rupert Murdoch. Well, that's what happens whenever you have a free press and you can just say whatever you want. I have no problem with people being able to say what they want, really. I just think that you should be able to say whatever back as well, because I think that's what the big difference is. Is like right now, I don't really think this is a problem because people clearly have a voice. Is that whenever you have like a free space where you can discuss ideas, well then the right ideas are probably going to shine through. That's usually what happens, is that in a free marketplace of ideas, the truth usually makes it to the top. Now, obviously, this is not always true, but I think in most cases, in the majority of cases, especially with things that are not personally involving people, the truth makes its way to the top, and I think that's what's happening here. And I think that people are rejecting the narrative that's being pushed forward by these publications that already have beef against Johnny Depp to begin with. They're seeing what's happening, and they're fucking tired of it. I think that's what it is. Is she losing the case? Now, as I said before, defamation is a very, very hard thing to prove. It is extremely hard to prove. So what's going to happen? I honestly don't know. I think it could be possible that she loses the case, but there's also a really good chance that she doesn't. So yeah, I have no idea. Wife asked me what I would do if she hit me. I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is, I've never had a girl hit me or anything like that before. Like, if somebody did that to me, I wouldn't try to restrain. I'd just try to get away from them. I don't want to hit somebody back. I don't want to deal with this. I just want to get away from you and not deal with this anymore. Right? I don't want to have to deal with like court cases. I don't want to have to deal with like a fucking, like a medical record. I don't want to deal with any of this, like a lawsuit. I just want to run away. Let me get away from you and just leave me the fuck alone. That's it. And 7 million, we need to go back for sure. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I would say. But I think that's the best thing to do. Pretty sure they have to prove that he didn't hit her, and I don't really think they can do that. I think that, let's be honest, if they disprove so many of her lies, really they don't have to prove that. All they have to do is convince the jury that she's lying. That's it. They don't need to prove it at all. How could they possibly prove it? All they have to do is convince the jury that she doesn't have any credibility. And I feel like her credibility was out the door 5 minutes into the fucking questioning. Yeah, you can't prove a negative. Exactly. That's not it. He has no chance of winning defamation. There is a good chance that he doesn't win. But I think that, as I said, it doesn't matter if he wins or not, because the court of public opinion has already decided that he wins. And I think it indicates a culture shift, which is what matters a lot more than anything else. It's the culture shift and the court of public opinion that really means more than anything. Why the fuck would they have to prove that he didn't hit her? Well, a defamation case is different because it's weird, but I know what you're saying for sure. Win or not, Johnny, about the outcome of his story being heard by the public? Yeah, and I think most people agree with the outcome. I think that's what the difference is, man. Look at the tweets. I stand with Amber Heard and justice for Amber Heard. Absolutely ridiculous. Maybe I will look at that too. But if I had to guess, I think a lot of the people that are making those tweets are, women with past unresolved trauma that are using that opportunity to, using this opportunity to basically defend themselves through defending her. You see kind of what I'm saying? Like bots? Well, it could also be bots too. Yeah, I'll look at the hashtag as well, but I think a lot of those people are just, they're just looking for somebody who had the same thing happen to them in their eyes. Yeah, that's all it really comes down to.
Jury?
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Here we fucking go. Mm-hmm. Yep, let's see it. Mega Coke? Yeah, no, it's actually not a Mega Coke. That's a normal size. They actually have a bigger size there at the store. This content's so good. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, let's see it. Well, this is just... Oh my god. I disagree. Most people actually experience domestic violence or ripping on Amber Heard and making it harder for the actual victims to be heard and believed. Yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? Is like, I feel like what I'm saying is also true. And I think that you're right. Most of them are. But I think there is a select group of people that, they view, basically...
All right.
I'll talk
Next
about it
question.
later. Yeah, I'll talk about it later. There's a lot I gotta talk about like this. It's kind of like the Quantum TV situation. Like, people defended him, even though he was crazy.
You testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, I've heard about that.
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
No.
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions, early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp in his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety.
But
I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
I remember that.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
But
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island
Here
for
we
my
go.
party, my
Here we go.
bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
oh my God.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your
Okay.
wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand,
On the island for your wedding?
before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262?
All right, let's see it. Yep, let's see it. Shrooms are not drugs. That's different. They're shrooms.
This is an email you sent on February 1st,
why they have a different name.
2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, here we
I'm
go.
going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
Okay, yep, here we go. Yeah, let's see it. Drug tester? No, I mean, she obviously was doing drugs, man. Like, and then, like, also, it's like, yeah, this isn't, like, really bad, but it's, like, kind of speaks to her character that she's, like, constantly criticizing him drinking and, like, all of this stuff. Meanwhile, she's drinking in front of him and all of that. Like, in my opinion, I feel like that's kind of, I don't know, like, that's, like, that's not what I would do if I was trying to support somebody getting away from drinking. You know what I mean? Yeah, like that's not what I would do. Now, obviously, it's like it's not hypocritical, right? No, I don't think it's hypocritical at all. Because she like, it's okay to drink. It's just not okay to drink and be crazy. And maybe she thought in her mind that she wasn't crazy, but he was. That's clearly what was going on in her mind. So, like, she's not actively participating in something that's hypocritical, but everybody is just going to do. See, here's what you need to understand is that you make the mistake. People always make the mistake of trying to assign logic to people's actions. And you never should do this. People are not logical, but they're going to do what's beneficial to them. That's it. There's no, oh, well, you know, but what about, but they said this, but they said they weren't going to do it, and now they're doing it. Well, yeah, because it wasn't beneficial for them then, and now it is. And so now they're doing it. Like, what do you fucking expect? Do you think we went through millions of years of evolution to not fucking act in self-interest? No. Of course people are going to do that. That's also logic. Yeah, well, you're looking at the wrong kind of logic. What I'm saying is that personal gain trumps all logic. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, it's not a surprise that she would act this way.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
Okay. Here we go. Did a lot of
This is
drugs
the schedule
together.
for your
Yeah.
wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft
Here
of a
we go.
schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have parties, as I mentioned.
To be fair.
The bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit, and this is a draft, clearly, that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that
Yes.
wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard.
That's what it
What you
says.
said
Yeah.
in that email.
Right,
Exactly.
but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it
That
the
was
day
when she
before
took
my
the video
birthday,
of him
correct.
getting
You
upset.
testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
You asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators, and I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
I love how whenever she clarifies something and then she asks to look at evidence, because you know what's about to fucking
I'm
happen.
going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been.
I
produced.
love
This
that.
is
Holy
it's
shit,
a
I
brand new
fucking
trial
love
exhibit,
that.
So I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like.
It was a
an
mega
unredacted
joint. That's
copy to be
right.
Shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
It's crazy, right?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, let's see it.
Your Honor, may we approach about this?
Let's see it. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. Wow. It's just, Camille's Queen, she absolutely dismantled them. Yeah, I mean, what's so crazy to me about this is that, like, they are looking at every single thing. Like, it's not like there's one or two things or anything like that. They are looking at the entire fucking thing. They are looking at every single instance of the events, right? Every single one they are disproving. It's not like, okay, well, we're going to disprove these three big ones and then hope people just assume that the rest are bullshit. No, somehow these people she was so stupid that she, like, I mean, you have to remember that, like, they had the receipts for this stuff. Like, why would you even make it up? That's what I don't understand. Like, why even make this up if you know that it's going to happen? You know what I mean? Like, you just know. It's just sad. I really hate she's just jury watching. It's so annoying. Feel sorry for me. Well, yeah, it's fucking weird that she's doing that. Absolutely it is. I don't think it's Roy Depp's attorney is that more skilled than hers. It's just Amber's attorneys have to put out a fire with gunpowder. Well, yeah. I mean, I feel bad for Amber Heard's attorneys because in a lot of cases, they're not like, it's like if you go, imagine you're in the gladiators arena, you know? And like you are, you know, the other guy's got like a sword and like a shield and like a full suit of like fucking knight's armor. And then they're like, all right, well, here's a pool noodle and a water balloon. Well, I mean, you know, like, it's probably not going to go your way. It's probably not going to go your way. And it's not their fault. That's the way it goes. Yeah, exactly. Don't feel bad being her attorney's next best thing for being Depp's because of the chance of the money. Yeah, sure. Zero sympathy for her lawyers. It's the job. Well, it is the job, right? It's the same as like a garbage man. It's a garbage man's job. But like whenever somebody puts a dead raccoon in the garbage can and he's got to deal with the dead raccoon, I could still feel bad for the garbage man because now he's got to deal with this bullshit, right? I get that it's their job. I know that this is what happens. But shit, sometimes it sucks, even if it is your job. All right, here we go. Let's see it. Yeah. The lawyers get paid regardless. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they will get their money regardless. Everybody is going to get their money, probably except for Amber Heard. That's about it. The attorneys chose to represent her? Yes, they did. They did. They chose to take the case on, and they were like, all right, we'll give this a shot. They did. And there we go. Yep. She pledged. Oh, no. She didn't pledge the money to the attorneys, did
We're
they?
going to show the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on the laptop. Because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay. That is not good. She pledged the salary? Fuck.
Yeah, could we, let's just pause for a minute. I don't want to see.
What's that?
Okay, let's go ahead. There we go. We didn't have enough time on timeout. We've got to do it again. I think they're glad because there's a chance of earning a lot of money. Well, it's not just that. It's that they get their face out there. You know, they like now everybody knows her name. There are probably millions of maybe not millions, but like hundreds of thousands of lawyers out there, and now they're on television in front of millions of people. So yeah, I mean, I think that knows they're bad. Well, I think that a lot of people probably have the perspective that I do. Like, I wouldn't hire them personally, right? But I think a lot of people would at least know of their name. I don't know. Maybe it is a bad idea. I'm not sure how, like, I don't know. Yeah, knows they're shitty.
So, Ms. Heard, I'm only going to...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
I'm only going to ask her about the text messages.
Oh, my God. What's the pledge for TTS? There's none, man. She's stalling? Yeah, I know. I can't believe that she said, Amber Heard said it was actually Photoshop. She, like, straight up did the meme. She was like, no, none of this is actually true. It's actually all Photoshop, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, it's all fucking Photoshop, guys. All the photos that show him with injuries are Photoshop. All the photos that show me with injuries are real. Like, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Like, you're not even trying. Yeah, that's it. Holy shit, man. It is just crazy. Imagine TTS in the courtroom. Okay. Yeah, I fucking
All
wonder.
Right, thank you.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay.
So, any objection to 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So,
thank you.
Here we
Thank
go.
you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
I'm in if you are?
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Right. Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday.
So,
You've
she was
testified about
enabling
this
him,
incident
yeah.
multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
Sure shot. Thanks for 5 subs.
I believe
Appreciate
so,
it.
yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
Oh, great.
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday.
How can you not
And
be
I
sure
maintained
about
that
that?
as well in my deposition.
You
What?
told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down.
Johnny!
That is correct.
How would you do that?
Detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Johnny.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response.
Nope, here we go.
If we could please bring up.
Okay. This is like, she's like annoyed because like, I'm trying to own you. Stop fucking evading.
Yes, ma'am.
Please stop evading. Just take the L. Can you please just take the L this time? No? Okay, alright, fuck. Alright, let's get the evidence. Come on. Yep, pull it up. Let's do it again. Run it back. Yeah, stop resisting. Exactly. It's like PP farming. Yeah, it's like when there's somebody pops ice block, a mage, and they're at 10% health, and there's 5
You can
people
go to
around
your
them.
interrogatory responses at page 57.
Okay, here we go.
These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So let's go to page 57.
Here we go. Let's see it. I'm ready. I'm waiting. Let's find it. Oh boy. Oh boy.
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
Yep.
That is correct.
Okay, so starting on page
We see
57,
it.
you start describing
Oh, we
your
know
birthday
it.
dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are
Yep.
you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic area, and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see it. Let's see what she said.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny
So
grabbed me
fake.
once, did
I would
this
have never
taunting thing
guessed
on
that.
the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there. Asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together. But I've always said what happened.
I love how she's smiling at her, bro.
You were
That's so
upset that
funny.
Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
Yeah.
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
Oh my
So you
God.
didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp
So I guess she
texted
must
you
be
that
an
evening
addict.
to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was. I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
Is this her?
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has
Is this her with the
music
dog?
without any words on it.
No.
And it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
Is this a dog
going to be
video?
played.
Oh no. Why she always looks to the left? It's a jury. She's trying
There
to.
is no sound other than a song.
Yes, sure.
Okay, all right, let's see it. Bro, I swear to God, if they have her holding that dog out the window, oh my God, trying to set up the jury. Yeah, she's trying to make them feel sorry for her, right? That's obviously what we're doing. Have they talked about the incident yet? No, they haven't. I'm sure they're getting to it, though. It will be very soon. It's amazing. She has, what's this here? Nothing on her face or anything after she assaulted her a previous night. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because it didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like I'm always kind of a, simplest answer is probably the right one kind of guy. And, it's pretty much it. Yeah, probably because it didn't happen. It's that simple. Now, sometimes things are more complicated, but a lot of times it's not. It's pretty fucking simple. The mega shit. Yeah, exactly. Who's actually winning this case? Johnny, right? I think a lot of people are winning this case. A lot of people that are fucking tired of seeing the shit. Seeing this horse shit. So, yeah. What incident? So, you'll find out.
Any objection?
It was the poop
No,
incident.
Your Honor.
All right,
If
1264.
we could please publish this to the jury.
I love how she preemptively
with
asks.
sound.
That's great. Okay, here we go. All right. That's fine. Okay. Here we go. Let's hear it.
If you don't surrender, temporary restraints.
You're right.
You want a divorce.
Nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you want. You want a divorce. And that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to call your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want a divorce. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially if you don't. If you,
Okay, I don't want a divorce.
You don't? How, which one? Which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking... You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why?
Haymaker?
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny.
What?
I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
Oh my God.
You're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
What?
You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
You don't deny anything.
To,
it's so obvious.
Publish exhibit or ask that
Are
the
you
witness
fucking
be shown
stupid?
Exhibit 1265.
Is she deaf? No, she's not deaf. She's just gonna say, like, listen, this is what people like this do. They just gaslight you and they'll lie right to your fucking face and tell you that you're crazy for even thinking the opposite.
This is you and your friends
It's
at
nuts.
Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
Because they're
Move
nuts.
to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right.
Yeah, it's what makes sense.
1265 in evidence. You can publish it.
That's what dumb people do. Well,
There's no injuries to you, are there, Miss Heard?
What's the
Visible in this
difference?
picture.
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Thank you, Tom.
all right, let's see it.
Miss Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut, end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could
Let's
hear
play
of
it.
that recording. I remember I heard
Let's play
myself
it.
make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
That's nasty to say.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence.
Oh,
and for the record, it's at
shit.
3504
Yep.
through 3547.
Here we go.
And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Oh my God. This is just like, it's...
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what?
Suck.
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I don't want your kind of
Suck
woman.
my dick.
I
Say,
might have. Suck my dick with you.
Suck your own dick?
mistake. I wish I had fucking had it.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking had it. I wish I had fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest fucking, you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as something.
I did myself as a fake
Suck my dick.
goods.
Suck my dick.
Fucking you left nothing and I've left everything. So suck your dick.
Yeah.
Which is probably your next move because it's what you fucking need. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your fucking midsection.
Need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself. No shit, I don't. Suck your dick.
I don't want to.
It's gonna be on me, yeah.
I don't want to.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is? What
I don't want to.
Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is.
I'm sure she is.
We'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. Her for her yoga blog.
It's psycho.
It's too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
I fake that. It's so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you've been giving me some of the best performances in
No,
the
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add? You fucking lying piece of shit. What? Oh, no, I want to know. I want to know.
Get out of your room with
I'm
that.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
She's a demon.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away. I know it's hard to
You're
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
clown.
It's
You're
hard.
panicked fucking clown.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over
thing.
to get
You're
your
right.
fucking.
I tried.
get what
That's
you
what I
want.
do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you've got everybody out here almost full, but it don't last long.
You're right. I'm
I've been
sorry.
out longer
You're
than
right.
It didn't.
You gotta figure it out.
You don't have. Figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Lemon field is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
He called it.
That. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can find.
Go laugh.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping, man. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you can
minutes.
write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is
make
this
it
gonna be
in the
good for your book?
She is a demon.
I'll write what I want. I'll write what I want.
Idea.
Oh my god.
Somewhere of your journals. You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey.
Hey, no, you're not
you
what?
wanna sell out.
No, you're not selling
You wanna
out.
sell out,
no,
Magic Mike?
No,
She's a
yeah,
dick. Sell out.
no one does.
Get a priest.
21 drunk straight when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your
Get the
20s,
priest.
you should really know what you want. Like
I don't-
selling your journals.
I don't- if you didn't know who the fuck I was.
You're right. Go sell your journals like a real non-sellout. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
52, 51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No,
I don't think so.
it really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartthrob in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. I'm actually fine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized dog.
Thinks that shit's funny.
Wow, you're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only
You haven't even taken an interest.
If only I could be like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking,
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew
You're
out
a
these fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, 21's whatever.
I was
Remember anymore.
I was 20.
No one cares.
Oh my God.
Washed up piece of shit. Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Here we
Your
go.
jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
Aw.
Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my aid. I can't hear you.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
What a demon.
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
I bet.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration.
Yeah, I
about
bet.
His criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship, yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear.
We can see that.
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
We spoke
Pretty
to each
sure
other.
we just heard you speak to him in
Yeah.
a really horrible way. You
Yeah.
called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording.
Yeah.
You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
You're not
Mr.
old
Depp
enough to be
mentions
washed up.
Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
It sure is.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he
Absolutely.
was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes,
course.
he's always been very jealous.
Johnny's such an asshole.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E.
Jesus, man. Like, listening to her talk is just
This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
Wow.
That is correct.
Yeah,
going
Johnny's
to
out of control,
admit-
isn't he?
And publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
That's just
120E
she's
amendment
what a
published.
fiend, man. An absolute fucking fiend. She's mad about her ego
Starts
getting
with a
fucked.
text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, monster is back. This is him. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, promised, swore to me you would be.
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Uh-huh.
Miss Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble. Often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
Maybe you shouldn't have given him
You
the trouble.
describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me as a clue as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages,
It's
Ms.
phase
Hurd,
2, guys.
the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
No.
Okay.
How
Going
interesting.
down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything.
Face what shit?
You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together.
Okay.
And
Apologize
continuing on page 77, you
together.
write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run?
Yeah. Damn stupid
Come
things.
home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please.
That's so toxic.
Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78,
Unironic toxic masculinity.
you write,
What the
I don't
fuck?
want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
Obviously.
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not
I'm trying
responding
desperately
to you, Ms. Hurd.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer
Not
the
even
phone, you say.
responding.
Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
Yeah.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Hurd.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse.
Of course.
He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move to
under the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the
Who
door.
was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Hurd?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120.
Bro, she nuts, man. Oh my god. She's nuts. She said I love, not used to love?
There's another set of
Because
text
she's
messages
crazy.
between you and Mr. Depp. Is
Like-
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She's crazy.
I'm going to move to
What do you
admit and
expect?
publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence, you can publish.
Yeah, what do you think?
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
That's true. Yeah, I guess
And
she
again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
did. Ah,
You write, please come home, right?
of
That is
course.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please.
Please
And
respond.
continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
Oh, he
This is what would
responded.
happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would try
Isn't that
to-
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Harangue?
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was
Yeah.
imperative for my life.
Ms.
It
Heard,
was very
my
important.
question
For her
is
life.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
So that's a yes.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important
I bet.
to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
I wonder why he didn't want to
The monster
respond.
was not the guy who needed space.
Uh-huh.
The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who
drugs.
he was when he came back.
Not for doing
Oh.
drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space.
Uh-huh.
That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
That's what's so bad.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
Imagine needing space. Let's
Let's not
see
do
it.
this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated, and I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that.
Johnny.
There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
This is a metaphor.
I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space.
Damn.
But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't... Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stopped. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple...
It's hard to deal with that shit, man. I don't know. I guess the audio cut out. I don't really know what the fuck happened.
We'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop.
You're gonna die?
I feel like I have heart attacks almost every day. Please stop.
The
Please
fuck?
stop
Why?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. If we allowed ourselves to have a fucking normal argument.
It's just...
Please, you're killing
Jesus.
me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me.
Oh my god, bro.
Sean, could you, please? I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I
this
think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really
I'm
No
really
emotion.
ready.
He's like, what? Go take your meds.
You and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You
Holy
just won't let him go,
fuck.
will you?
That's not true.
Take your
We were
medicine or
outside of
whatever,
his
yeah.
studio, and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The the claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
What? I can't believe it.
Is it your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he was going to go use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
Smart guy.
And he was going to go inside and use?
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle.
Yeah.
Under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but that's not what he was getting out of the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh no! They just got her!
And let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop, I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Uh-huh. Here we go. Yep, let's go.
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling
This is wrong
you,
audio.
please let me go inside
Yeah,
my
they had the
house
wrong part.
to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
Yep, they had the
my
wrong
testimony
audio.
is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence.
All right, let's see it.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016.
That's after
Do
he
you
beat
recall?
the shit out of her.
Yes, that's correct.
Keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions.
Bro. She got
Ms. Heard, you testified
destroyed.
yesterday that this is the photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings
Yes,
on
she
May
did.
21?
Yes,
That is
you
correct,
did.
yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
Yes,
That is
you
correct.
did.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712,
Oh, God.
which has already been admitted.
Here we go.
You testified
Uh-huh.
yesterday this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
It seems that way.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on, and then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you
Yes,
on May
she did.
22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse.
Yes,
Do you recall
she
that
fucking
testimony?
did.
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Oh my
Testified It
God.
was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Bro, that's the
Mr.
same
Bett also
exact picture.
testified that he saw no marks
same
or injuries
exact
on your
one. It's
face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face.
We saw
Isn't
that.
that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Hurd,
We're
my
gonna-
question is a bit more nuanced.
We're gonna do it again.
So is my answer.
All right.
There we go. All right. That was the police officer woman who was there with the mask on. Yeah, it's a bit more nuanced. Yeah, exactly. This is just like they're going to just trying to change somebody else's testimony. Exactly. Yeah, she's trying. She really is trying. Bro, that's the same picture. They should layer the picture. It's the exact... You can see the hair. There's no way someone's hair is going to be the exact same. Like, whenever they go on lunch break, we're going to look at it exactly, okay? Yeah, it is literally the exact same picture. The same question, oh, so is the answer? Yeah, exactly. Like, well, she's not. The thing is, like, the way that she's doing this, like Amber Heard, is she's trying to answer the question by reframing it in a way that paints somebody else as being wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, she's trying to reframe it so that the other person is actually the person who was wrong or didn't understand rather than her. Because one thing I've learned throughout this trial is that literally every single other person that is involved in this case, even down to her family members, they're all lying. The police officers are lying. The pictures are photoshopped. And you're right, Amber, they were photoshopped. But that was yours that were photoshopped. That's a little bit of projection now, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Wow. Look at that. And so then on top of that, her own lawyers are arguing? Well, yeah, because they're like...
Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016,
We saw
face to
this.
face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Hurd?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs.
That's
and
what
she
she
said.
said.
I was not injured in them.
That's what she said.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy
Yep.
face injured. That's what she said.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Hurd.
Oh,
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21,
it is very
2016.
convenient.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016.
Yeah.
and
She disagrees.
He also testified
Yeah.
no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on
They
May
were
21 to the
lying.
Eastern Columbia
She's
building,
trying
and he
so
also
hard.
did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
He did.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries.
Well, now
I
we
would
know.
believe that he didn't, yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
Oh, man.
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
Was that the guy?
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016 because
Yes.
you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But you changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
It's just so many
Let's remind
times.
you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play
Uh-oh.
from 254 through 439?
She doesn't know? Like, this is just like, guys. Oh, no. Not the security camera. Not the fuck. Oh, no. No. All right. Here we go. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. And there we go. And then what? I wonder if she's gonna come back with James Franco. Guys, I think that's what might happen. Are you telling me they photoshopped James Franco in this video? Well, who's that? No, who's that guy? The camera is lying. It's a body double for James Franco. To be fair, I can't really tell it's him, but it's probably him. Yep, there it is. Let's watch the entire thing. Oh, look at that. Leaning on each other. Oh, that's so adorable. Aww. Oh, look at that. Wow.
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Let's look at it again. Let's make sure what the time is so everybody knows. Oh, I don't remember. It was the guy. He was just a guy delivering pizzas.
22:51.
That would be
Almost midnight, right?
That's
Excuse me, almost 11
10:51.
o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording.
Okay, here we go.
It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. You testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
You were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Of course.
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Yeah.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's
Okay,
neither here
that
nor
post-it
there.
has the
Your testimony's
timestamp,
now
doesn't
From
it?
entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know
Johnny!
he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which was the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Johnny!
Let's play, please, defendants 598,
Johnny,
4948
you
through
monster.
5035.
How could you do something like this?
5035.
You villain.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to... Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home, and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours, and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me, and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking... It's not that difficult. Okay?
There it is.
I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
Oh, how about that? Sure seems like he was going to see
And
his
almost
daughter.
an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
An hour?
Sir, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order
had to
against
spend on
Mr.
her?
Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Oh,
Yes,
no.
that's correct.
This is the TMZ.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and
This is the
photographers,
TMZ.
right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
Oh, my God.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Oh, God. Oh, what is it? What is it? Oh, I'm so nervous to see this. I'm so nervous to see this one. This is not
This is
going
a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
That's probably the one
correct.
sitting there.
You needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO.
Great photo, by the
She
way.
just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Okay, let's see it. Ah, yeah, that's the one I thought of. Yes. There it is.
Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
Destroyed.
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face,
That's
right,
one
Ms.
way
Heard?
to characterize
Yes.
it, though.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Please pull up Exhibit 1.
That's plaintiffs at one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
Oh, boy. Best friend gonna testify? Yeah.
You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
That's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Here we go.
This was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Here we go.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Oh.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had
I don't.
like a leading
I
role
don't.
in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was the first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So,
She didn't play
you
a
know,
lead role in Justice
technically,
League.
It was the second one.
But But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
That's true.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context.
Let's go.
Friends and
It's a good
advisors
idea.
told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. Statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party.
Oh my God. What is this? Is this loading for anybody else? Stream froze? Okay. I was worried it was on me, bro. I was so scared. Let me pull up something else, okay?
Sorry. You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
We good.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
I'm gonna turn it up.
Right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
So it was
You
about
also
him.
wrote,
The article
quote,
was about
questions
him.
arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman.
Uh-huh.
This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
Of course.
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
Of course.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic
kinda
violence
loud.
in May of
I'll turn it down a
2016,
little bit.
allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic.
Oh
that
my
ship is
God.
a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise.
Oh, they're saying that people that defend Johnny are only doing it for their
In
own
this
personal
op-ed, you're
gain.
saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making
Obviously.
an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
A powerful man.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
Obviously.
I was talking about a bigger issue, actually, than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this
Does
is
that mean you're a man?
a reference to not just Johnny. It was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing
Holy
a lot of Me Too
shit.
issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Heard?
I would not say that. That was not what I
obviously.
intended to know.
It's obviously.
This is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
Yes.
No, this is about
Yes.
what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Of course
Mr.
not.
Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
Well, then why did Disney
Kind of
fire
like that
him?
Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
2 years ago? What happened 2
This is
years
about
ago?
Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
Oh.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior
You had the divorce.
was 2016, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So
It's not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms.
after.
Heard, my question was May of 2016
Yeah.
is 2 years prior to December of 2018.
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes.
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
That's correct, and I had to
May-
provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face, yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
So,
I walked out to a bunch of photographers, yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application, yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed
Wow.
you faced our culture's wrath.
That's
right?
when it started, yes.
It's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing
afterwards.
for me to
Well,
write about.
why was there an afterwards?
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
Amber Heard is a man.
It's also about Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just
Oh
Johnny.
my God.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny, but including him.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
She was
I'm
trying
gonna
to
strike
protect
everything
him.
after the word yes.
She was trying to protect him.
Go ahead.
Of course.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title.
You
in
did not
this
retweet it.
article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence.
You did not. You lying. Why are you always lying?
This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a retweet. That's not a retweet.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you.
Yes.
So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, Opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence. Right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
You didn't retweet it.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You didn't retweet it.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
No, you
You
didn't.
testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title, and just now,
She literally didn't.
of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet, though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I guess
a tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet.
You
not
misspoke so many
You
times.
included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct. That's correct.
She linked it.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
Of course not.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength.
she
despite
linked
the
it on
price of
purpose.
Coming forward. Right?
Yeah, she linked it
I
on purpose.
didn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
Yeah.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
It
That's
is.
correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, You could have asked the Washington Post to change it.
That's
Isn't
true.
That right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
Oh, really?
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
50 million
Yes,
reasons
I do.
why you should have asked them.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
How
I think
convenient.
that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Clearly.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine.
you.
All right, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready.
Ms. Hurd, you
She's
testified
hungry.
yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is
Judge
that right?
wants more? Yeah.
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Would you please pull that up? Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see it.
We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page.
So that
Let's
means
go to
there's
the
8.
12th.
At least. Man, it's just like, it's literally just right there, man. It's just right fucking there. Like, I mean, she's just getting wrecked. I mean, it's like, I feel
Let's pull up,
bad.
please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246,
But I don't.
which has already been admitted.
But I don't. Oh.
And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10.
Okay, here we go.
And go on to page 11 of a...
They set him up. They did. They called 3 times. It's disgusting.
That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
Uh-huh.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818?
More evidence.
8818.
Oh my god. Go back to first channel. Let me see if it works now. Yeah, it is. Okay, we'll watch the other one. Here we go. Because this one shows the side by side. It's a better video. It's got 1 million views. Yeah, 1 million people watching it on YouTube right now. Yeah. People are ready to see this shit happen. Remember I told you guys?
Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
People would turn... People love whenever they burn witches back in the day. They love it. And we never get the opportunity to do this anymore. So, like, this is like a rare occasion we get to pop off, right? Because, like, it never happens anymore. We don't get to do that. So we have a few times every few years someone gets put up on the stake. And you know what? Oh, man. This one's going to be well done. Oh, my God. I love it. This shit is fucking funny, man. Salem trials? Yeah, that's right.
We'll come back to this. Sorry, Ms. Hurd. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Let's go ahead and
This
take
is
this
great.
down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
State
Testified
camper?
that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory is positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
Of course.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
Smart.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
I love L'Oreal.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the
situation
online attention that generated.
It sure
And
did.
you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
The people didn't
In
believe
fact,
you.
there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
There sure were.
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that right?
I disagree
I didn't
with
know
that.
about this.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
People
take a look at
disagreeing
some
with
of
her
that.
is a smear campaign. I think she got that from DSP.
All right.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. Yeah, disagreement is harassment. That's the way it goes. Look me up. Yeah, exactly. She's starting to crack. She's not gonna crack. Is she gonna be able to? She'd be able to do this all day, because the level in which she's not a liar, she's delusional. So it's like it meets right there in the middle. So there's never a point where they're gonna get her to just pop off or go crazy or whatever. She's just gonna keep doing that. She's lying at everything. What do we expect? And we haven't even got to the poop. Think about that. Of all these things, we are not even at the poop situation. You got to keep that in mind. Oh my God. She never breaks character? Yeah, she's not going to break character, man. It's not going to happen. What if they skip the poop? If you actually think that they're going to skip the poop, you are fucking crazy. That is the biggest one. As I said, it's like Johnny put up with sitting with her crying in the car because he wanted to see his daughter for an hour in the driveway, and he came back to her. But the moment that she shit in his bed, he said, you know what? I'm going to see what my friends are doing, and I'm going to hang out with them today. And as I said, I feel like that was she let him loose. She was like, finally, I'm going to show, what's his Miss Tail? Thank you very much to the 5, get the subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it happen, and I'm just gonna completely go fucking hog wild. And she did. And he finally realized it. That's what it was. Yeah, it was a mega pint of poop. There you go. Exactly. I don't think so much she won't, but she can't. She's completely disassociated at this point. Well, that's smart. I think that's what she should do. Because if she gets emotionally involved, she'll just make herself look worse. I mean, I don't know how anybody could possibly look worse than this at this point. Leaky Onion, thanks for the 5 subs too. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just that there's nothing that she can do. It's just fucking over, I think. I think it's over. Like, there's no, she's almost used up all of her time defending herself. Like, it's just so obvious. Hamot FPS with 5 good subs. And like, what I love is like how the disagreement, like people not believing her online, is like a coordinated smear campaign. As if we're supposed to just take her at her word that all of these things happened. Like, we're supposed to just assume that that it's all true. You know what I mean? Like, she knows who doesn't. What the people don't believe it because it's bullshit. That's why they don't believe it. It's literally that fucking simple. So obviously people posted a picture. Let me see if I can find it while they're stopped. Oh, here we go. So yeah, here's the overlay here. So as you can see here, this is right after Johnny just completely beat the fucking shit out of her. And if you look closer with this picture here, you can see in both of these pictures, this is what Johnny did to her. And so she had to take 2 different pictures in different lighting. Now, these pictures were taken completely separately from each other. It's not like one of them was, you know, just like kind of the contrast was turned up or something like that. No, these pictures were taken completely like maybe a couple of days apart, just to show how much residual damage the Elden Lord down there was able to do in just a few swings. Well, it actually wasn't a few, because he, you know, was pummeling her for hours, right? And with glass, and, you know, he cut off his own finger, drew a dick on the wall with his own blood. I mean, you've got to understand, like, as I said, every single story that she tells about Johnny Depp is just like a transition phase for a boss in Dark Souls. It's like the boss breaks off his own arm. He pulls off his own foot. He fucking kills the fucking monster, right? He does something like that. Yeah, he doesn't care. He just, yeah, he's going into a new phase. Yeah, the fire giant, exactly. That's what it's going to be. Godric, yep, there you go. And it's just, holy fucking shit. I'm just, he's so strong, he beats himself. Yeah, exactly. He got so tired of beating Amber Heard, he had to beat himself, because he was just such a wild fucking animal, man. He threw her across the room. Yeah, so that's right. As a 50-something-year-old man, he literally threw somebody across the room. Yeah, fucking right. Like, yeah, fucking right. There's no shot that happened. Like, I am not going to believe that even for a second. That is crazy. He had the blood talisman. He is the blood talisman. Couldn't even break the glass. Yeah, I know. Old man strength OP. I mean, he's not getting older. He's just leveling up, man. That's clearly what's happening. Neon Booty, thanks for the 50 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, it's so obvious that these photos are the exact same. Like, it's literally the exact same photo. Like, only a fool would think otherwise. And I think if you had the metadata for the photos, you could probably figure this out, because they would have a modified date. And then the modified date would be after the date of the creation of the photo that would have been time-stamped inside of the metadata of the original photo, which is the one on the outsides. So it would actually be very easy to find this. And I'm surprised that she's not even talking about that, right? Will Pog with the 10 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. And here's the thing, is like, they could drill down on that, but the truth is that there's so many other things that are going on that it's not even relevant. It's like, oh wow, she's lying about the Photoshop. It's like, that's a footnote. That's just like a little footnote. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, she lied about this too. There's too much. You can change metadata. Well, of course, right? And of course you can change and manipulate things. Yeah, of course that can happen. But I think if you actually had the data, and you could also, it depends, right? So sometimes people have their phone. We can talk about this a bit since it's still muted. Sometimes people have things automatically uploaded to a PC, right? They're automatically uploaded. And I can probably bet, here's the truth, Amber Heard's probably too stupid to do that. She's probably too stupid to remove it. Or especially to change it. Yeah, she's too stupid to do it. And so, yeah, big fucking surprise, it's not going to happen. Like, the thing is that someone did it. Maybe somebody did it. But I think if you take a picture on the phone, it depends on what it is. But some people have it on their phone. And this is, I think she said she had an iPhone where it is automatically sent to your iCloud or whatever, right? This is very common that people have this for backup. So, yeah, it's just her lawyers might. Rocket Man might have done it. Bro, I guarantee you, like, as I said, it would be so fucking funny if they got Elon Musk on the stand, man. It would be great. She can plausibly say that she used auto enhancement. Well, yeah, but it doesn't really matter if you use auto enhancement or not. If you are changing, like, whenever you take a photo to show something, and then you take 2 photos as to kind of give, I don't know, like brevity, or to give authenticity to saying it, like, oh, I took it at multiple times throughout the day, and it turns out that it's not. It doesn't really matter, like, what she did. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make a difference. Zach, thank you guys. Thank you guys. A lot of people have gifted subs today. Thank you guys so much. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you. Did they discuss the shitting already? Yes, they did. No one can claim auto enhance whenever you have an unenhanced photo too. Exactly. Yeah, it did not auto-enhance. That's a very good point, too. Yeah, holy shit. Isn't it illegal to produce fake proof? Yeah, I think obviously it is. Sure. And don't Rocket Man would waste his time on this shit, to be honest? Well, I think, again, like any proof that Elon Musk is stupid is automatically out the window because at least he didn't stick with her. You know, I mean, that's pretty fucking smart right there in itself. That guy said, you know what? She's fucking nuts. I'm out. Like, that's smart. Like, James Franco didn't fucking do that. Johnny Depp didn't fucking do that. The other people around her didn't fucking do that. But Elon saw that, and he noped the fuck out of there. And it's like, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, he blasted off. He said, fuck that shit. Yeah, oh my God. And they won't let Elon into the room because of his... Okay. Do Elon start flying to Mars to... Elon started trying to figure out how to go to Mars after he was with Amber. Oh, ain't that something? Radigat, thank you very much for the 5. Get the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Elon's in the final season. Just wait. Bro, if they get him on here, I swear to God, like, that's going to be a 2 million show. Like, everybody is going to want to see that shit. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Yeah, she conned him into freezing embryos, which she may have had a kid from, though. Well, I have no fucking idea about that kind of stuff, right? I have no idea. But she, man, it's like what's so nuts about it is whenever she actually is, whenever she's talking, right? Whenever she's talking and she doesn't think she's being recorded, and like the way, like the voices that she'll make, like the tone of her voice, like this is like, bro, like I don't think that we need to get a restraining order. We need to get a fucking exorcism. Like, somebody needs to call a priest. There's a demon in here. This is a wild animal. Zach, thanks for 5 subs again. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's nuts, man. And it's like, yeah. And the odds are, as I said, people put up with this bullshit because, number one, she's talented to a certain degree, I'm sure. Number two, she's hot. And so there's a lot of guys that are just like, you know, they're just going to sit there and basically, like, if you ever had, like, a crazy girlfriend, you know, you basically sit there, wait for her to pop off. She'll get tired. And then you just move on with your life. You know, it's like basically, you know, it's just like a time sink. It's like having to do a couple of extra dailies every single day, right? That's about it. And so I can fix her. Well, it's not even like some guys deal with crazy girlfriends in a good way where they just simply don't give a fuck about them. And so it never affects them personally.
Thank you everyone for your patience.
Yeah. But if you get invested in this shit, you're in for a world of hurt.
So, Ms. Heard, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
That is true.
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what
it's a campaign.
Let's go through some of the articles.
Okay, let's
that were out in the press.
Here we go.
So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you.
Here we go.
This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
That's a smear campaign.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268.
After she admitted it?
This one was published on February 3rd, 2020.
Oh, boy.
It reads, the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah, that's when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Oh, it's edited. Of course it is.
Heard.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay.
Yeah. She admits to hitting him. Wow, what a surprise.
If we could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269.
It's edited. Oh, yeah. All the photos that make her look bad, you guys don't understand this. They're photoshopped. Why does she think that?
This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plants.
It's a PR plant.
It's go to 1270.
Everybody's against her. Everybody.
This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271.
Here we go. New York Post says Amber don't have the power to abuse clickbait? Apparently not. Yeah, clearly not. I guess all this...
See the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
Vesuvius. That's a volcano, by the way.
I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272.
That's brutal,
This one was
man.
published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
I wasn't hitting you. I was
Going
clocking
to
you.
1275.
Amber, thanks for 5 stars. Thank you.
This one was published on July 15th,
I wasn't
2020.
hitting you.
Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
What?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Miss Heard, isn't that what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the
Miss
newspaper at
Heard,
me afterwards.
Miss Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is,
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276.
It literally doesn't matter because there's so much more evidence.
Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms.
Oh,
Heard?
wow.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277.
Yep, there we go.
Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
Her own sister?
1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Uh-huh. Okay, here we go. Let's see it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And
Oh
we'll see you
my
now.
God, I have so much to say. Here we go. Here we fucking go, boys. All right, Saved by the Bell. The thing is that like it won't matter because it's just gonna be more and more and more. Like she's just, you have to remember, they are not even
Come
at
back
the
at
poop yet.
1:35 then? Is that fine? All right, thank you.
They're not even at the poop. Holy shit. She's getting demolished. It's a mega lunch. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, she's got hours more of this. Like, she's getting destroyed. She's done. Yeah, I think it's fucking funny because it's just like not only is she, not only is this happening, right? But she's also losing so much fucking credibility. Like, she's losing a massive fucking amount of credibility about this in literally every regard. It's like everybody is like, it's all a fucking a hoax. It's all a coordinated smear campaign. Like, and this is what I think is so fucking funny. As if you matter enough for that to even be the case. You know what I mean? Like, the delusions of grandeur here. He just wanted to fucking get away from you and not deal with this shit. And then she goes, and this is the thing, right? So she uses this false allegation to fucking announce a partnership with the ACLU, and then on top of that, her movie comes out in less than a week afterwards. How the fuck is anybody not seeing exactly what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so obvious to me. Like, I've got to say, like, it's just, like, I'm looking at some of these pictures right here. I'm trying to scroll up and look at them, because, like, you're looking at all of these pictures, and, man, look at this. We've got to look. You know what we're going to do right now? We're going to look at the people that support her. Would you look at that? When you start reading the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case in more detail, and you notice yourself start siding with Amber. Exactly, yep. There we go. 59,000 retweets. And this was a couple of days ago. And I want to put into perspective when this happened, okay? Because this is what it is, right? Shitty personality? Well, yeah. I mean, listen, that's just, it is what it is, right? But the brainless people, well, they're just fucking stupid. Complete timeline of the Johnny Depp accusation. Let's look down over here. Excerpt from today's trial live stream. If you ever wonder why you're seeing an overwhelming of pro-Johnny Depp support on social media, or why you can't escape the propaganda on YouTube, no matter how many times you click not interested. Oh, what's this?
Fine.
What a fucking moron. What an absolute fucking moron. I'm going to completely debunk this. So, number one, obviously these people were hired by Amber Heard, so because of that, they're going to take her side about things. Do any of you find individuals remember back in the New World subreddit drama where there were fake accounts that were posting that New World felt good different, feels good different on the PTR? Does anybody remember this? Anybody else remember this? Come on, yep, let's go, let's remember this. Okay, good, let's see that. Yep, all right. Okay, so the reason why that happens, and actually, you know what? Let's have 2 points of reference before I make my case for why this guy's a fucking moron. And I don't even think he's a fucking moron. I think he's being paid to say this, so he's not a moron, he's just lying. But let's go ahead and look at the second one. The second case is going to be my own YouTube video comments. How many of you guys are YouTube watchers? How many of you guys watch my content on YouTube? Maybe a little bit more than on Twitch. And the truth is, a lot of you do. The majority of my viewership isn't even on Twitch. Mainly, people watch me on YouTube. Twitch is just an afterthought in many cases. And I just basically use Twitch to record the content, and then it really just goes on YouTube. So anyway, you guys all watch on YouTube. How many of you have ever looked down in the comments and you've seen these, we've got to deal with this, you've seen these fucking OnlyFans accounts that post comment after comment after comment, and you might think to yourself, oh, well, maybe this is just a hot OnlyFans girl that's a fan of Asmongold. Psych! There are no girls that watch me. That's not the case. It's a fucking bot. And the way that these bots work is that they do combing mechanisms, and they comb through internet data, and they algorithmically decide what the public or the population is speaking about at that current point in time. And then they take different messages from the population statements about this and then repurpose them and put them on their account instead. So they lift the messages from the other accounts and then they put them on their account. Now, the reason why this happens, on Reddit, the reason why it happens is that you need a certain amount of karma in order to post on different websites, to post on different subreddits, because you have people that might use bots, and so they have different protections for that. Reddit even has protections for that built in, and so does Twitter. So what people that make Twitter bots do is they have these Twitter bots basically comb through an algorithm of the most popular topics and popular statements that were made for the day, and then those fucking accounts make the same statements as if they are making them themselves, and most people is never going to tell the difference. So that's why he's seeing so many of these messages and so many of these fake botted accounts. It's because you can see this with literally anything. So he's just completely wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down here? Yeah, people might not know this. I'm an alien, yeah. So obviously, let's look at the no one whisper them, yeah. And so yes, they look at trending topics and then they literally just repeat the exact message verbatim. That's what happens. Are all of these girls bots? I don't think that they're all bots. There's actually some people that are just wrong. And I think here's the difference, is that I'm not saying that they're all bots, but what he's saying is that all of the criticism of Amber Heard, or a large portion of it, is bots. Obviously, it's not all bots. There's 5% of people that are maybe bots, like 10% at the most, right? Everybody else is not. Is there a way to get rid of them? It's always a cat and mouse game. There's nothing else really worth looking at here. Let's read some of the other comments, and yeah, and so this is another person, and we're gonna look at a few other people here. Let's see here. And there, again, these are, you know, people that are looking out of their way, and it's obvious these are the people that are defending, but it's not clear that Depp was a victim of Heard, because he has all the power here, and because we've also heard audio of him being violent and aggressive in her presence and describing her in disgusting misogynistic ways. So we can see here, this is another person who has invented their own fan fiction of what actually happened. These people disregard reality, and they live in their own reality where they have invented these different power dynamic structures and anything like this, as if even Amber Heard knows that's not true. Because if she didn't know that wasn't true, she wouldn't have told Johnny that nobody would believe him. She would have never said that. And you look at these people, right? And this is what I'm saying. These are the people that are defending Amber Heard. This is what it is. You're the same with a different perspective? Yeah, but the difference between me and her is that the evidence agrees with me. So I don't have a problem with people having a bias. I have a problem with people denying reality. I don't care about them having a bias. I've said many times, like, yeah, I've had friends that have been in this situation. I know people have been in this situation. Abso-fucking-lutely. But the difference here is that I'm doing that, and I'm basing that off of evidence and not some prior fucking thing. Remember back whenever other people got abused on Twitch and all those guys got canceled? Was I going and defending them? No, I fucking wasn't. Why was that? Because the accusations were credible in almost all regards. Don't go and try to turn this around on me as if I'm some biased source, okay? I've looked at things as objectively as I possibly can, and there's years of evidence of that. Now, obviously, I'm not always unbiased. I think everybody has a bias, but I make that known so you guys can take that into account whenever you think about what I'm considering and what I'm talking about, and I think that's the most fair thing to do. So let's go ahead and look at a few more of these tweets. Anyway, so we've got this one here. Those videos of him smashing cabinets, language he uses about her. That is domestic abuse, pure and simple. You do not have to strike someone to abuse them. Yeah, you're right, but I think striking someone is also abuse, isn't it? Yeah, and so that's the way it goes. These people look for an excuse to do this, and they actively disregard evidence. They downplay the things that you know, like that she did, and then they act like the things that the other people did are all the bad ones. It's all confirmation. Smacking cabinets is abuse. Going around slamming the cabinets and smashing things around is, like, if this was an everyday thing, then I would definitely think that's abusive, and I think that's really toxic, and she should get away from that, absolutely. But we don't really know why that happened, and for all we know, she could have provoked that into happening by being abusive towards him first, off camera. Like, I have no idea. People also said that was the day he learned that his mom passed away. People also said that was the day he learned that his friends were stealing money from him. I don't really know. I think it just depends. I have no idea. Did his mom die? Yeah, it really doesn't, there's no way to tell. So all I'm really trying to get at here is that it's impossible to be able to be sure about this. And it seems like with all those reasons, you don't even know the context behind him getting angry. And that's really what I'm trying to get at more than anything. So yeah. I pledge $10 million to a children's hospital whenever I win the lottery. Well, hey, look at that. That's Michael Scott's strategy. I like that. You could do some more. It's a pro-Amber subreddit. They're in complete denial. Sure, let's look at it. Why not? We need some good content. Let's see this here. Okay, so again, so this is obviously a picture here. They've got a picture of Bill Cosby. I don't know really what the rest of this stuff is here. Celebrity couples where one is way more successful than the other. What's this here? Kim Kardashian makes shitty joke about, like, this is like, what the fuck? Regarding the Tell the World Johnny clip. Yeah, these are people seeing more pushback against the Johnny Depp propaganda. Johnny Depp, that's right. What a great, I'm definitely going to take somebody seriously who is, like, not using the person's name. What a fucking nutcase. Is unreal. Every YouTube video being recommended to me is pro-Depp. I've never clicked anything related to the trial. You're welcome. And all my real-life friends are defending him with maniacal glee. This is the most insane, most successful psyop I've ever seen. There's definitely evidence that Heard was abusive, but there's more and stronger evidence that Depp was abusive. And yet the internet is in the middle of a month-long frenzy calling her a sociopath and calling him an innocent victim. Well, I don't think he's an innocent victim. I think that he's a victim. Yeah, obviously there are some things that he did wrong, but it was like 95% her and 5% him. So yeah, I think that's about right. Misogyny is wild because the public didn't even get to this level of hate with Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. Like, what the fuck? Do you know why? What a stupid bitch. I can't believe anybody would say this stupid shit. Do you want to know why nobody cared about Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein? It's because they went to jail. People are mad about Amber Heard because she didn't face repercussions for what she did. If Amber Heard went to jail, people wouldn't feel the same way about her. And also, I'm not seeing anybody supporting. When did we ever see anyone supporting Harvey Weinstein or Jeffrey Epstein? This was never, like, there was never an 80K like tweet about, you know, guys, we need to hear Jeffrey's perspective on this. You know, what if Lolita means something else in a different language and he just likes another language? Like, maybe he just, you know, grew up with someone and, you know, they had that name. Like, we don't really know. Like, well, let's get Jeffrey's perspective on this. Yeah, I guess if we needed that now, we need a Ouija board. But thank God for that. The guy was a piece of shit, and I don't care if he killed himself or not. The world's a better place without him. So let's talk about Harvey Weinstein. The exact same fucking thing. Harvey Weinstein's career was completely fucking ruined. He was absolutely destroyed. He is just, like, he's gone. He's done. He's finished. Why would people have to defend him? It's over. It's the same as, like, Bill Cosby. I think Bill Cosby is a better example, which is kind of fucking funny. Bill Cosby, people fucking hated him too. There were some people defending Bill Cosby, and there's some people defending Amber Heard. I think Bill Cosby is a great parallel to this, because remember whenever Bill Cosby, Kevin Spacey, another one, Kevin Spacey gets accused of being a fucking molester. Oh, guess what? I'm gay now. So it's okay, and I'm trying to make myself a victim at this point. Joe, thanks for the 10,000 bits, man. I fucking appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so, yeah, look at fucking, it's nuts, man. It really is. So look at Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby had his life fucking ruined. There was a handful of morons that tried to defend him, but for the most part, they didn't. They didn't defend him because he was a fucking, rapist. It was obvious he was a fucking rapist. Like, oh, maybe he only, out of the 42 women, maybe he only raped 5 of them. I don't know. That's good enough for me. And so on top of that, there's many of these cases, right? Kevin Spacey, everybody universally disliked them. People were so angry about the Bill Cosby thing. It's awful. This case is a massive win for women's rights. Equality is great. Women can be abusers, not just as well as men. I think that it is, because I think something like this was only bound to happen, because the language and the rhetoric about how, you know, as I said, like that one doctor came in, or sorry, she wasn't a doctor. That one psychologist came in and she was using men and abusers synonymously and women and victims synonymously. I think people have had enough. I think people have just fucking had enough of that. They've had enough. There are girls that have grown up and seen their father abused by their mother. There's men that have been abused by their girlfriends, boys that have been abused by their mothers, and all of these things that have happened, you know, as brother and sister, etc. Like, all of these things have happened, and people are just fucking sick of it. They're fucking sick of it. That's it. People only want equality whenever it's positive. Most people want to have a privilege. They want to have the ability to decide and tell people what's real and what's not. That's what you have to understand, is that a lot of these people don't really care about equality. They care about having the privileges that they feel like other people have. And that's what they want. They want to turn things around, and they want to be in the position of power where they get to dictate reality and they get to tell you what's real. They never cared about equality. That was just one step on the staircase to being in control. That's all it is. And so you see this with this very, very fucking clearly, that a person is getting their story questioned, etc. Here, let me ask you a question. is that if there was a man up there, if it was the guy, where is it? Do we have a picture of this? If it was this guy right here questioning Amber Heard instead of Camille, how many fucking tweets do you think that you'd see about that, trying to invalidate the entire thing because it's a man saying the same words? That's all there is to it. Yeah, that's what it fucking is, man. And it's about Megapod Karma. Yeah, and so I think people are fucking sick of that. Absolutely. And so let's look at a few more of these things, and I'll read some of the comments out of here, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this. A lot of morons would have tweeted dumb shit. Exactly. Legit, the reason why she's up there right now. Exactly. And they knew that. Like these people, like these are smart people. They're not like just it's not like they have no idea what they're doing. Post has been locked, of course. Pro-depp sentiment seems to be so universal. It's honestly making me question my own sanity. Good. Keep doing that. Am I the only one who's wrong? Am I in a QAnon-style delusion where I think I'm the sane one, but I'm not? The propaganda is very successful. Yeah, pretty much. And I think that's a fair thing to ask yourself. It's very fair. Yeah, you should absolutely ask that. Asking questions is the first step towards, I guess you could say enlightenment. Right? The last one is sick as fuck. Because what the fuck did she do to a bakery? Wait, what? A bakery? What the fuck are you talking about? Tone Deaf Bakery sends Amber Heard a severed finger cake and vodka bottle. Yeah, because it's funny. Yeah, she's an abusive bitch. It's funny. Yeah, that's all there is to it. There's no like, oh wow, I can't believe, the humanity, I can't believe they would do such a horrible thing. Of course they would, because it's funny. And fuck her. That's the way it goes. Yeah, the thing is, like, you've got all these pussies trying to tone police the world. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking tired of being told what to do by morons. Fuck them. Just because some oversensitive fucking bitch, some oversensitive baby wants to go around and tell me what I can and can't say, that doesn't mean I have to listen to him. And I think more and more people are realizing that, and thank God for that. Thank God for that. Absolutely. It's annoying, man. I'm sick of being told what I can and can't say. It is bullshit. Especially if it's not like, oh yeah, was it a mean thing to do? Yeah, it was. But who gives a fuck? I thought it was funny. If Robert Evans, Beyond the Bastards, are both singing the same song, I'm believing whatever they say. What? I don't even know who the fuck these people are, so I have no idea. And let's see here. And Notorious Feline with the 25 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see here. It said something, apparently said something in support of Amber Heard. All right, let's see what this is here. Unproblematic king and queen. Yeah, I've got a really good bit of advice for you. If somebody uses the word problematic, stay away from them. There are a few exceptions, but in general, these are people that like drawing imaginary lines in the sand and tone policing everybody around them for their perceived sensitivities that are usually feigned notions or thinly veiled efforts at controlling what you do around them. That's it. Amber Heard is problematic. That's true. There are many reasons I didn't end up becoming a lawyer. Mostly the fact that I would be very bad at it, and I'm very reliant on my afternoon naps. But not having to shred another woman on the witness stand is a big one. Exactly. Mario, thank you very much to the 10 days community subs. Do you remember what I said is they're defending Amber Heard categorically? They're not defending her because her name's Amber Heard. They're not defending her because, she's an actor. They're defending her because she's a woman. That's it. And it's clowns like this that make it possible. Have you heard the Australian unedited audio? I'm sure I probably have. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that I have. Yeah, there we go. And so that's what it is. Gender over truth, I guess. Of course it is for these people. These are the same fucking people. Listen, these are the same fucking people, just on the other side, that are trying to say that the Buffalo shooter, that fucking moron, wasn't a racist when he had the N-word painted on his gun. It's just a different shade of it. But it's all different shades of shit. It's all the same. The people like, oh, Quantum's not that bad because he doesn't like woke media and I don't like that either. You're just hand-waving things because you have a fucking shared ideological goal, and you're fine just being okay with anything bad that this person does because you think that they're on your side. Your side. Guess what? Amber Heard's not on anybody else's side except for her own. It's so pathetic. Draconic, thanks for the 5 subs. Nico, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People are trying to label the guy as a Republican, too, putting a different side on it. I didn't read the thing, and you know what? I'm not going to. I don't give a fuck about him. I honestly, police should have shot him. It's too bad they didn't. Now we're going to waste a bunch of our fucking money processing this piece of shit through the justice system. Yeah, obviously they shouldn't just shoot people, but I wish there was a situation where it could have happened. He's a piece of trash. He should have died in the dirt. Let's see here. His manifesto was copy-pasted the New Zealand guy. Yeah, I mean, what a fucking surprise. It was a fucking, a randomized, just a repost. I mean, the guy looked like an Oblivion NPC, so what a surprise he reposted his fucking manifesto, too. Yeah, who cares? Let me look at the rest of this. And, the true eye for an eye, fuck the dude? Yeah, fuck him. It's like, I'm not saying that we should do this all the time, but I would have been glad if it happened. I'll say that. Dying is too good for him? Yeah, it's not about what's good for him or not. It's about what saves us money. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about him. Yeah, it's irrelevant to me. What's fine, what I find really disturbing is that it's not all trial related. I don't know what everybody else is getting, but I'm getting loads of vids in my YouTube recommendations about videos like Johnny being cute with his fans and funniest Johnny quotes, and it's all based on content from years ago. I have never liked Johnny Depp. Let me take my hoodie off. Like, it's like I'm popping off, and so I gotta take my hoodie off because I'm going hard. I'll look over this way. All right, he's heating up. Yeah, I'm building up momentum. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see it. Pink coats again? I think they're still on sale. I have to look. I think we're just gonna run it until we sell all the rest of them. Oh my God, it's hot. I don't know if we still have that one in stock or not, though. I can't promise that. Anyway, let's see. Look at this. I have never liked Johnny Depp. Even back in the Pirates of the Caribbean days, when everybody loved him and thought his acting was overdone, he had kind of a weasel face. Wow, I too am a caveman who judge people on my preconceptions on how they look. Wow, that's great. He has a weasel face. There you fucking go. Why does YouTube think I'll suddenly be interested in all this fan content? Well, I wonder why. Maybe they're posting trending content. I saw a Johnny Depp being hilarious in court part 5 and it had 40 million views. I truly don't understand what's happening. Well, guess what, Judy? Wake the fuck up. Well, wake the fuck up, open your eyes. You know, those were his worst movies? Yeah, I think that, listen, this has nothing to do with it at all. Let's see if I can find any more of these and if there's any more of these good posts, right? Johnny Depp fans are bombarding his daughter with abusive messages on Instagram for not publicly supporting him during the Amber Heard trial. That's cringe shit. Anybody that does that's a moron. Let me see this, if there's any more of this stuff here. I don't give a fuck. Wait, what is this? Is this all just celebrity gossip? I've never seen this page before. What the fuck? Why can't they just leave this at the fucking, like, oh my God, the worst of the worst. Yeah, it's just nuts, man. I had no idea what this was. I had literally no clue. Let me see if I scroll back up here. And, doing FT on bi-weekly discussion thread. I don't think that's really it. I feel like just in general, this has been a common thing. I'll find the hashtag and we'll look at that stuff, okay? Hashtag I stand with Amber Heard. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what we've got. And let me scroll down and just make sure that none of these are TOS, and we're gonna just kind of look and read all of these. Okay, I think that all of this is pretty much good. And let's take a look at it. And okay, here we go. All right, so we've got a new trending hashtag. This has been used by at least a dozen of unhinged clowns, and it's called I Stand with Amber Heard. There it is. And so we see I Believe Them. This is another person who obviously evil women apologist fan account. So wait, Did they get baited by a fucking... Did they get baited by a meme account? I mean, it literally says evil woman apologist. Is this a meme account? It's a bait account? Oh my god. And this is who they're putting up. Oh no. Oh no. Same account? Yeah, it is the same account. Average yeah, true. When a woman records her abuse, she was playing this all along. When a woman doesn't record her abuse, there's no evidence. Well, we're waiting for the first one, Lilith, and whenever we get that, maybe we'll have a conversation. Yeah, and by recording her abuse, I don't mean photoshopping it, because that's clearly what's happened all this time. Yeah, Twitter is mostly bots. Yes, clearly. That's kind of fair, though. No, it's not, because it has nothing to do with it. And I think everybody was waiting to see the evidence. That's what I was. I was waiting to see the evidence that Amber Heard provided, and we looked at it. We did. Lo, thank you very much for the 100 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we all looked at it. I mean, really. Like, it's just, it's not a surprise at all. Yeah, so I think that's not the case in any regard. And also, it's like, it's one thing to, like, record abuse, and it's another thing to have a conversation where you goad the person into saying something that would incriminate them, right? I mean, it's just like, these things do not exist on a black and white spectrum. Don't pretend to be authoritative to me. It's some damage sense. He knows exactly who's power in the relationship. It angers him that she would even pretend to be in a position of power, authority over him. Yeah, this is, again, another person that's living their world around these, like, weird fucking labels and everything like that. I don't remember anybody I remember, like, yeah, whenever Rihanna came out after Chris Brown beat the shit out of her. And I also want to keep this in mind. Let's contextualize Rihanna getting it's back. No, it's not. No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's not going to be back for another half hour. What are you saying? It's not. Shut the fuck up. So listen. So let's go back over and ban them. Well, yeah, we'll probably Gaslight Andes just get banned, okay? Yeah, that's why Amber Heard probably will be banned in my chat very fast. So remember back whenever Chris Brown beat the shit out of Rihanna? This was back during a time where I think that it was much more socially acceptable, and it was much more acceptable online, especially, to be very misogynistic towards women. Is this something we can agree on? I feel like it was much more okay to do that. It was much more okay to treat women like shit, call them whores. Yes, everybody is agreeing on this, right? It was a worse time for women online, and I think it was bad, right? After it was bad. And so let's talk about this, right? Even then, were there people that were saying that, you know, we don't know what she did to Chris? Of course there were some people saying this. But everybody unanimously agreed. Chris Brown is a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. We saw the photos. There she is. That's what happened. He's wrong. She got abused. And that was back then. So these people that come up with these ideas here, they don't even remember any of it. They don't remember any of this stuff that's happened, right? It's crazy. I don't know. I don't get it at all. Let me see right here. It was also a well-nourished male. Amber's better than all of us because she's having to defend herself like this and still take Camille seriously. Yeah, that's right. And there are going to be a lot of people like that. Oh, let's watch this. Here we go.
Because I've seen how relentless. I've been avoiding making a video on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation because I've seen how relentless the stands have been acting, and I don't want to have to deal with that. But this whole thing has gotten so... The stands have been acting, right? So, like, we obviously have... have you ever considered yourself? You best start believing in stands. You are one. Depraved that I can't not talk about it.
Okay.
Like, this is deeply disturbing behavior.
She has to talk about it.
Right off the bat, I'm going to make it clear that I believe Amber. Full stop.
Why?
I'm not going to debate this, so if you have a problem with that, just take it somewhere else. I'm going to...
That's fine. I do this all the time. I don't debate things at all. But I think at a certain point, like, you should at least have... Like... The things that I don't debate are things that I've already said, this is what I think about it and why. I just don't want to say it again. So she's going to defend Amber Heard, and I think honestly, Amber Heard should have hired this lady for her fucking her lawyer, because at least, I mean, it's hard to argue against that. Imagine she comes up to the stand, she's like, listen, hey, I believe Amber, and I don't want to hear any arguments against it. It is what it is. If you disagree with me, I'm not going to listen to what you said. All right, Judge, that's it. We're done. Cut. Let's go. Let's get this out of the way, man. Yep. It doesn't work in real life. Yeah, but it works in front of a camera. Okay, here we go. Why am I reading Twitter? What do you want me to do instead? Yeah, what do you want me to do instead? You want me to look at something else? Huh? Yeah, we're going to look at this. You know why I read this stuff? Because I think it's funny. I'm using these people for entertainment. That's why. Here we go.
To be deleting any inflammatory, argumentative, or otherwise unproductive comments. Okay, so statistics show that bisexual women are the demographic most likely to experience intimate partner violence.
That's crazy.
CDC data from 2010 shows that 61% of us will be raped, stalked, or abused in our lifetimes. Compared to straight women, that's almost twice the risk.
Wow.
This case is a poignant example of why this is, specifically how biphobic attitudes factor into that abuse, and how
oh, great. People that are biphobic attitudes. That's right. So now we're into the phobias again. So we're not even a minute into this fucking video, and this is clearly another person who's become radicalized online by reading bullshit. That's what it is. How many men don't report? What's biphobic? Somebody who's afraid of girls that like other girls, or people that are afraid or dislike other people that are bisexual. Right? That's basically it. Yeah, people that like other genders. That's what it is. Source, trust me, bro. Well, sometimes this is true, and I think obviously people that are, gay or sometimes bisexual get treated badly, and I think that there are a lot of cases where this shit has happened, and I've had to deal with it in my community. I've had to talk about it. It's been fucking annoying. That I have people, not even in my community, but just troublemakers that show up here in my comments, and they start talking about how it's bad or whatever. Yeah, and I don't give a fuck about the woman's forehead size. Like, listen, like, stop fucking, like, that's the lead. There's so many dumb things she said. You don't even need to talk about what she looks like. Shut up. Who cares what she looks like?
Stereotypes make it hard for victims to be believed. On the one hand,
yeah, it does. That you're absolutely right. Let's hear this again.
And how stereotypes make it hard for victims to be believed.
They'll never believe you. You're a man. You're absolutely right. And you know what stereotypes are based on? They're based on statistics. And you know what statistics are based on? On an individual level? Usually a generalization. Is it good to generalize somebody by a statistic? No, it's not. I mean, it's so easily disprovable. It's fucking it's just fucking funny, man. She's statistics. Yeah, exactly. A phobia is a fear. I don't really care. Do you really think that the people that say these kinds of things care about what it says in the dictionary? No, of course not. They invent their own definitions for things, and then they apply them whenever they seem fit. These people do not care about what's true. This is not relevant. It's not important.
On the one hand, you've got this established pattern of jealousy with Johnny, in which accusations of Amber cheating or flirting with somebody else would often preclude his violence against her. This is something that abusers often do, misconstrue bi women's multigender attraction as indication that we are untrustworthy or prone.
I wish I could overlay this with her meeting up with James Franco in the elevator. Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to do that. But I think that we all see what's going on here. Yes, we all see what's going on. And this is the thing, is these people, what they do is that they never really look at the individual circumstance. They only talk about statistics because, let's be honest, they're right. There are people that face a lot of violence, and women do face a lot of violence by men. As I said, there's the old Chris Brown joke. You always hear about guys complaining about their girlfriends being crazy, but you never hear about girlfriends complaining about their boyfriends being crazy because they're fucking dead. I think that's true. I do. Yeah, absolutely. And we spent all last year talking about this. All last year and the year before, right? That's it. Is this an Amber apologist? One of the many. And we're going to look at them. And that's it. And let's see here. It's first Rocket Man, now James. Yeah, the incident was marriage agreements. Another was his mom passing away. The lady is ignoring some context. Well, of course she's ignoring context. Why would she want to include context? Why would she include context that makes her argument worse? Why would she possibly do that? All right, let's see here. And I'm going to go ahead and find the rest of this. She didn't even see the trial? Well, I guess she wouldn't need to. Why would she need to see the trial if she already knew Amber Heard was right? What point would that make?
To cheating. And on the other hand, you have the media echoing this narrative quite explicitly, helping Johnny to tap into longtime bisexual stereotypes in order to paint Amber as inherently deceptive from the start. Now, when it comes to the general public's attitude and behavior towards Amber, this is where I think we're seeing a much broader cultural reaction to the Me Too movement as a whole. Because once Johnny's defense team released that statement before the UK trial a few years ago, people immediately jumped at the opportunity to promote their misogynist, anti-victim narrative.
Yes, exactly. So if you think that Amber Heard is like how many, like basically if we were trying to make an Exodia with being a delusional like fucking I don't like using the word SJW. I think it's kind of stupid. But what's really the word for this? Like I don't know, like anti-victim, like one of these people, right? Like, this person would have already won the game if they were making an Exodia out of this. Yeah, they would have already fucking won it. Yeah, dumbass. That's basically it. Let's see here. So, yeah, she's using all these different terms, and it's like, oh, well, you disagree with her? Well, you're a misogynist. That's clearly what it is. Obviously. Didn't Amber's team try to paint Johnny as a crazy monster? Yes, of course they did. But what you have to understand is that whenever you play into stereotypes that men have, it's okay because it's true. And it's okay because men are in a position of power. So it's acceptable to degrade them and to belittle and to make things up about them because they are in this perceived perspective of power. And so now you can do this. That's what it is. I disagree that the use of statistics is the problem. It's a misrepresentation of statistics. Yeah, exactly. If 70% of the victims are women, then instantly it's 30% of the men that are victims as well. Well, that's very true. And so, yeah, of course that's true. And like, also, I think that every single time that you take a statistic and then you narrow it down and you apply it to an individual, you are, you're doing that person a disservice. You're effectively dehumanizing them by taking all of their personal life and experience and, you know, everything they've done and just like what they've lived through. And you're saying, nope, here's a number that says you're wrong. And that's it. Yeah, you're taking all the information about it. Yeah, it's stereotyping. It's annoying.
The fact that 12 out of 14 of Amber's accusations were found to be substantially true did not matter, because Johnny's defense had provided the conniving, lying, gold-digging, fake abuse victim.
Well, 12 out of 14 have become substantially true. I think we're looking at a goose egg. I think we're looking at 0 out of 14. Yeah, substantially true. And I think that the reason why she's saying that is because that probably is what happened in the UK courts. Am I right about this? Yeah, I don't know this. I'm just guessing. Right. Yes. Okay, I thought so. Right. Listen, I don't know how they do things in the UK. I have no fucking idea, so I can't really speak to that. But it's not like she had different evidence there. It's the same evidence here. Why are people disagreeing with it now? It's obvious. I gotta think being bisexual means you're opening yourself to 2 times as many partners, so stats on average will be doubled. Well, I don't know about that. Like, that's not. I disagree with your reasoning. I think that's a silly conclusion to run to, because you still have the same amount of time in a day and you know, a life. But like, the UK trial was awful. Yeah, and it's also like, who's to say that? Was the UK trial televised? Let me ask you a question. Was the UK trial televised where people could watch the whole thing? No? Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And so, like, here we go. And let's see. No, it wasn't. Yeah, all right. So I think that makes it very evident why Johnny Depp wanted this one televised. Don't you think? You know, like, let's look at this situation, right? Is that Johnny Depp goes to court in the UK, he loses the court case, and now he's suing her in the US, and he wants it televised. And whenever it's televised, the entire world sees how one-sided this is, and they think the opposite. So it would imply that he wanted it televised because he think he got a mistrial in the UK. I think that's what's fair. Absolutely. UK trial was against a newspaper and Amber Heard for different reasoning. I mean, maybe that's the case. I don't really know. From what I heard, the judge was a simp for Amber, even if the judge thinks that she didn't have a fair trial. I don't really care about simping or whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. It depends on what's true and what's not true. There's no simping involved.
That people so desperately wanted. And the result is absolutely grotesque. From people microanalyzing her every move to prove that she's acting, to Depp's defense team attempting...
By the way, I've said many times I'm not really doing. Just to keep you guys in mind. Like, I don't believe in this body language expert bullshit, okay? I think it's fake. How can I know it's fake? It's because it's not used in any court case at all. It's like the same level. I think that a lie detector test is more relevant. And guess what? You can't use those in court either.
To diagnose her with BPD in what is arguably a modern-day attempt at accusing a woman of hysteria, to crazy disinformation campaigns about Amber snorting cocaine on the stand.
I thought that was stupid. I didn't think that she did cocaine. The rest of it, like, I'm definitely on board with, but I thought the idea that Amber Heard was actually snorting cocaine on the stand, that was just an insane... No, she's right. The girl is right here. That yes, people thought Amber Heard literally was on camera in front of millions of people, and she snorted cocaine in the middle of her testimony. There are a lot of people that thought this. I don't know why, but it certainly happened. What's this here? Obviously, influencer bias view, ignoring facts, evidence, and perceived behavior. Nothing disgusts me more than social media influencers with an agenda. This is all part of a larger modern-day targeted neoliberalism towards men. No, it has nothing to do with liberalism at all. All it has to do is a bunch of... There are a lot of people that see this, and I think it's women that see this, and the way that Amber tells her story makes them relive their story. And because of that, they think that Amber is telling the truth because they were telling the truth. I don't think that this is based off of the evidence. I don't think this is based off of any sort of an objective perspective. I think that's what it's based off of. I don't want to talk about, like, every time that you bring in a political a political spectrum into this, you muddy the waters. You make things, like, not as pure as they need to be. Keep it pure, keep it simple, all right? She thought it was menthol, make her eyes water in her testimony? I have no idea.
And worst of all, to grown women lip-syncing to Amber's testimony about being raped, claiming that she's lying since it'd be any woman's fantasy to sleep with Johnny. All of this...
Yeah, and so I don't think that's why. I don't think anybody has said that. I'm sure some people have said that, but, like, that's not really anything that's crazy or to be unexpected. Yeah, that's it. It's starting. Guys, I'm gonna say, if you tell me that it's starting, it starts in 15 minutes. So if you tell me it's starting before then, you just get banned, okay? I'm gonna make that as a... I don't like, haha, he looked at it, I got him to do something and he was wrong, he's stupid, I'm not. You do that, you're just banned. I don't want to see that. This is not a daycare for obnoxious 12-year-olds, okay? I'm not about that. Let's see here. We're gonna watch this one here.
Campaigns that I've ever seen in my whole
Here we
entire
go.
life. You are currently witnessing one of the most disgusting and deliberate smear campaigns that I've ever seen in my whole entire life. It has infiltrated every aspect of our media, online and off, along with a plethora of misinformation, misleading information, and lies. Hi, I'm Jessica, not Midwest Bimbo, and yes, I'm going to be talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Great.
At the end of their divorce settlement, both parties had signed a joint statement that said neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Meaning that at that time, Amber Heard had already accused Johnny Depp of being her abuser. Meaning, Johnny Depp agreed. She wasn't doing it for money. But now, for some reason, we're all at a different spot with
that doesn't mean that that's why he did it. I think that, like, the reason why he did it, he didn't even want to make it public. I think that she was the one that made it public. And I think, remember whenever we had that one, we watched that one video of her, like kind of accidentally saying that she was the one who leaked it to TMZ. You guys remember that? Yeah, do you guys remember that whole thing? It's a TikTok lawyer. I have no idea about this. Yeah, and so like this is what it was. I mean, he didn't even want it to be public at all. It was her that did that, and she went out and she had that thing on her face, whether that was from Johnny Depp or not. At this point, I would assume it probably wasn't, because of all of the other things that have been proven to be false. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's true at all. I think that that's usually just what they say, so they have a kind of like a cover your ass thing. And absolutely.
But you look, there are Justice for Johnny hashtags, and people are getting dogpiled, sent death threats, or even letters if they choose to tell the court of public approval that they are being misguided into protecting an abuser.
I think this is true, and it's not true. Like, you always have this happen. Like, if you ever go against the grain for anything, you have people that get mad at you. Like, for example, I will probably talk about the gambling stuff later on. I have an opinion on this that maybe not everybody shares. And guess what? They're going to get mad at me for that opinion. That's what's going to happen. Like, if you like, that's what's going to happen. Like, this happens with literally every single, this happens with every single thing, every single drama, every single thing online. If you disagree with the commonly held opinion, you are wrong, and fuck you, and that's literally it. Like, Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous. Free Julian, true. Here we go.
And irreversible damage placed upon not only Amber Heard, but victims across the board.
Well, what about Johnny Depp's finger? That obviously wasn't replaceable either. How the fuck did that happen? Like, this is what I would ask a lot of these people that are thinking this. What do you think happened to his finger? Like, what do you think happened? Because it's obvious that something happened. What do you think it was? You think Johnny was like, hey guys, so yeah, anyway, wait, hey, what the, oh my god, wait, 1, 2, 3, 9, shit, where'd it go? Yeah, it was an accident while he was cooking, exactly. And so I think that's the question that you should ask a lot of these people. What do you think happened to to his finger? What do you think it was?
I just don't see how someone can sign a document saying that the other person did not lie. How leaked text with Paul Bettany that describes sexually violent murder.
That's not true. And so I can give you 2 examples of that not being true. The first example was the case that I think the Sandman, who was the fucking, that kid from the school, signed with the news networks and he settled with them. Yeah, what was the news network he settled with? Nick Sandman, yeah, I know that, but like, who did he settle with? Well, anyway, so he sued a lot of these, CNN, yeah, he settled with them, and basically, as far as I know, nobody admitted any wrongdoing in this case. Nobody said, like, okay, this is what it was, or anything like that. That they reach an out-of-court agreement. This happens all the fucking time. And you know what? Here's another example that we all know. Dr. Disrespect. Dr. Disrespect settled his matter with Twitch. It's obvious that Dr. Disrespect did not think that Twitch did no wrong, because that's why he wouldn't have sued them, right? So they settled the lawsuit and they said the exact same thing. So this is what people do in legal cases so they can effectively put things to rest. Those are 2 examples that directly disprove that signing a settlement is absolute implicit assumption that what was done and what the argument was or the debate was untrue. It is just simply an agreement to put it to rest. As I said, Dr. Disrespect did it with Twitch. People don't fucking know what they're talking about. They don't remember anything. They don't know anything. It's so frustrating to see. It's nuts. Let me see here.
Murder fantasies, how video evidence of shouting, smashing glass, kicking doors, slamming cabinets, how medical records noting injuries and pictures with confirmed metadata in a United Kingdom
It's not even true.
libel trial that he lost with 12 separate allegations of abuse proven in High Court of Justice. I don't see how someone can see all of that evidence and more and still claim that he is the victim. That doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you bring in a smear campaign, a shit ton of money, and a boatload of misogyny.
Right. So, yeah, again, it's misogyny. It's people, as I said, the reason why, and I think that by the nature of using that word to a degree, I think that these people indicate what they actually believe. They're believing Amber Heard categorically on the fact that she's a woman, not because of any sort of nature of what she's saying or what she's doing. They're doing it because she's a woman. And why do I think that that's why they're doing it? It's because they characterize all of the other people who are not doing it as the opposite. So yeah, I think that she's deranged. It's just, listen, I think she's just totally fucking wrong and she has no idea what she's talking about. And as I said, there's like multiple examples of this not being true.
Centennial found 6,000 fake accounts tweeting pro-Depp and anti-Heard sentiment.
See, like, they don't know. She doesn't know how bots work. She just doesn't know. It's you see what I'm saying? Like, it makes me so mad.
And if you tweet anything about this case, you are bound to either get a bot or a fan defending him in your inbox, believe me. I myself, as a survivor, cannot imagine what it would be like to go up against a juggernaut that outranks me tenfold in money, sociability, power in general.
True on the sociability part.
To sit here and watch a
Yeah, okay, there we go. Thank God that got cut off. Yeah, anyway, so it's like you obviously know what it is. Do you expect it's fucking TikTok where people got... The thing is, like, listen, here's what I say. It's like, whose side are you on? I'm on Johnny's side. Like, I think Johnny's telling the truth, man. I do. I really think so. I've said this many times. I absolutely think so. Trials now. I'll refresh it to make sure we're on point with this, okay? I was on 36. Fuck, now we're 5 seconds behind. God damn it. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's quantum TV derangement syndrome. Well, it's the same thing as with quantum TV, right? Do you guys see the parallel that I'm drawing here with how people would defend quantum TV and even all of his obvious missteps because they felt like quantum TV aligned with them politically or socially? 2x speed? Playback speed 2x. What the hell? That works? Wait, how the fuck? Is this a time hack? Wait, it's frozen. The whole thing's frozen. The fuck? Here, let me close it and reopen it. Let's just look at it normally without trying to do some weird shit, okay? Alright, there, we're gonna stick with this right here. It's fine. I've got the time zone. I think so. I broke time. Yeah, I went too fast into the future and, you know, I was able to shift reality so much that it just couldn't be handled properly. Right? That's it. Can you do a comparison on Method Josh? No, because I think everybody disliked Method Josh. People were universally against him. They didn't like Method Josh, and it is what it is. But yeah, Quantum TV, I think, is a great example of this. This is a person who they think is a piece of shit and just an absolute clown, and people still defended him because they felt like they had common ground with him. They felt like, this is the important part, they felt like he was on the same side that they were. And that's what they care about. They care about being on the same side. It's not about knowing what's real. It's not about the ideas. It's about being on the team. And if somebody is on the team, then they're right. It's tribalism, exactly. It's straight up good old-fashioned tribalism. We've been doing this for years. Thousands of years. Identity politics. I think that's a little bit different, but effectively it is. Yeah, that's not really what the term means, at least in my mind, but I can see what you're saying. Every ideology will have its own morons. Yes, exactly. And intro's so long I fell asleep yesterday and missed games content, and you will today as well. Get used to it. Settle in. Get your blanket. Get your pillow. Get your hot chocolate. Have your mom tuck you in and get you your heated blanket. And settle in because we're going to be in for a long fucking road. You know, the Vampire Survivor's over. Only until they make new content. And then I'm going to be right back at it because I love the game. That's what it is. Sounds so good now. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the thing is for me is I like to do this kind of stuff and everything like that. As I said, whenever I came back to streaming, I just told myself, listen, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And that's it. That's it. I do whatever I want to do, and I don't think about anything else besides that because that's what the best option is. So that's what's going to happen. And so don't worry about it, man. We chilling, we doing what we need to do. What do you think will be the final result if she does win the case? Oh, people are just going to look at it as an example of like, you know, bad, basically a mistrial, right? And like, just they're going to look at it as like an example of like a failure of the legal system.
Before the record here on the Law and Crime Trial Network, I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. And this is where the trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard is in a lunch break. Gene Rossi, a former federal prosecutor and Virginia lawyer, is here with me, and we are taking your questions. Linda Kenny Bodden is in New York, and Marie Pereira, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, is with us as well. So let's start out with some questions, guys. Gene, I'll throw this one to you. Okay. True Justice asks, This case is about the article only, the op-ed. Camille is no better than an ambulance-chasing lawyer. You cannot badger a witness and make snide comments trying to influence the jury. Case for a mistrial, is that valid?
No. If there was a mistrial every time an attorney was obnoxious, rude, or inconsiderate, then you'd have a lot of retrials in the United States of America. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10's the worst, 5's average, Miss Vasquez is probably a 4. And it doesn't bother me. It may bother some people, but this is what you do on cross. You have to control the witness. It's not for people who are weak and timid. And Ms. Vasquez is doing the right thing by trying to rein in Amber Heard.
And this is really the nature of cross-examination, I want to add as well.
Yes.
This is how it works. This is how cross-examination, I mean, this isn't, you're not having tea.
Cross-examination is the greatest legal tool to get out the truth. It's a beautiful thing. But you can't cross that line into being obnoxious, and Camille Vasquez is far from crossing the line. She's doing a very good job.
Linda, your thoughts?
Say is that when she makes the comments, how convenient, which she's made a couple of times here, the attorney for Amber Heard then should be jumping up and saying, Your Honor, this is inappropriate, we'd ask it to stop. That's the only thing I think that is being allowed to happen, because I know if I try to make those comments in court, people be jumping up all over me and not letting me do it. You can't even say okay when an answer is given sometimes after, because you're either validating the witness or it's considering arguing with the witness.
Yes.
Okay, so we're awaiting the court
fair.
Should be coming back from lunch here any second now, any minute. So we just want to let you know. So stay tuned for that.
Yep,
we have another question,
fair.
Marie. I'm going to send this one to you.
Okay. That's great, man. This YouTube channel
Lucas
is great.
asking, defamation lawsuits are especially hard to win. Is it too soon to calculate the odds for Johnny Depp?
Of course it's too
Marie,
soon.
what do you think?
I think it's too soon to calculate the odds for Johnny Depp, because
Obviously.
this testimony that is being elicited from Amber
not done
Heard
yet.
is really showing that Amber is not the only one diminishing, omitting, and embellishing. They're both doing it. And I say this because there was an audio from 2016 where they were already divorced and they met somewhere to do some sort of damage control because things were going out of control. Now, in that audio, both of them put themselves in a situation where mutual abuse could be verified. Johnny says, I don't want this to go any further. She says, I know you don't, because they're making me out to look like a liar, and I have all the evidence. And he is saying, you know what, it'll be bad for you too, because we both were guilty in a way. Now, you know what?
That's true.
It's not over until all the evidence is produced.
That's true.
All right. Yeah, it's not over till it's over, and we're still.
It was
might
deliberately
not seem like that
misleading.
long of a time
That's
until
bullshit.
it's over, but it's still a while. Closing arguments are
Because it
next
was
Friday,
bad
May
for them.
27th.
He was talking
so we
about
still got some time, and you know, the
socially.
pendulum can swing back and forth in these things. There's an ebb and flow to it.
Yeah.
Gene, I'm going to give you this question from Stephanie Gowdy. It's a
And that's
$5
why she wanted to
question
stop
on
him.
YouTube. Amber said she submitted everything to her lawyers. Can her team bring out new pictures that her team has not seen on redirect?
They could, but they have to make sure that they provided those photos to the other side. They can't blindside the other side.
It's too bad.
But they could on redirect try to bring in some photos, but if they weren't listed as exhibits, the judge may not let them in.
All right. And we want to let you know that the court, you know, everybody's back in the courtroom except for the jury. There's a sidebar going on right now, so everybody is up at the bench, the attorneys and Judge Askarati.
Here we go.
Let's go now, Gene. This is from C.Per.
Yeah.
$5 question on YouTube. Why can't we hear anything when lawyers ask to approach the judge? Is that stuff that stays off the record?
I'm actually curious about this. I don't know what that is.
The sidebars are where the rubber meets the road if you're an attorney. There's some things that happen in the sidebar that the public will not know, but it's pretty important. So those sidebars are sealed, if you will,
example.
from the jury. They may eventually become public. after this trial is over. But that's where legal arguments are made, evidentiary arguments are made, and some very pointed arguments are made that attorneys don't usually make in front of a jury.
Right.
But they do in sidebar.
So they come
It
together
can be
like,
a
all
little more
right,
coarse
fuck
up
you,
there, I think.
bitch.
A little more like, we're at
Okay,
the
all right.
bar hanging out. I'm not a big fan of sidebars unless the judge puts it on the record later. But speaking of something I am a fan of regarding sidebars, Law and Crime Sidebar
So
Podcast.
they're just talking
you guys, we
shit
love
to
putting
each
this
other.
together for you. We've been doing it for several weeks now, and
I
it's
didn't know
available
that.
on Apple, Google,
That's
Spotify,
funny.
and YouTube, wherever else you get your podcasts. It's a great listen. Jesse Weber and I work hard on this every day, and we try to bring you the very latest information. I put together something that I think is out right now, just came out in the last hour or so, on Amber Heard's direct from yesterday and then the beginning of the cross.
Narcotic, thanks
so
for
there's
5
some
subs.
goodies
Appreciate
in
it.
there. You won't want to miss that. So check us
It's incredible.
out. Again, we are waiting for court to start over again. Oh my gosh, we have to start up again. This is from Twitch, Toto Rock, like Toto the band, I don't know. Hello, thank you for all the work you've done. I was wondering, what is the impact about Hollywood articles mentioning that Amber Heard became a figure of anti-domestic violence and link with current case? And this is from France.
That's a good question.
I
like that.
Toto Rock is from France.
Yeah.
So thanks, Toto Rock. Gene, I guess I'll send that question to you.
Could you repeat that question?
Okay, yeah, sorry. I was
It wasn't
a little
really
all over the place.
fucking attention.
I was wondering, what is the impact of Hollywood articles mentioning that Amber Heard became a figure of anti-domestic violence and link with current case?
Yeah.
So there's a language difference there. So.
Okay. Will the articles, the Hollywood articles saying that she was an anti-domestic abuse champion going to be introduced at trial? Maybe not, but she's already described that, and her op-ed basically speaks for itself.
Yeah.
That at some point in 2018, she wore a mantle of someone who was against domestic violence. So
that's
true. Very important for the jury. It may come out in the next couple of days, the articles themselves, but maybe in closing referred to.
I think Camille Vasquez might have brought them up, like when we were kind of getting out here for lunch. I think maybe one of them came up, and it was stuff talking about Amber Heard, these articles, and about Johnny Depp being a victim of domestic violence. All right, Aaliyah Henderson Carter, Linda.
Okay, great. Now we don't get to hear the question. Wait, did they literally just cut them off? Oh my god. They just got cut off. I feel bad for them. That sucks. Damn. Alright, let's see this. Let's see it. I'm ready.
I think we're ready. Yes, sorry.
Okay. Damn, that's a lot of purple drink. Oh my god. Still in phase 2? Well, we about to find out. This is phase 2. Yeah, I feel like I hope they get to the poop today, man. I really want to hear about it. It sounds fucking weird, but I really, like, now that I say it, that does sound fucking weird. But, like, I want to know what really happened. I want to know if they did a DNA test about it. I want to know all about it. I want to know everything that there is to know about it, man. I do. Holy shit. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. What we got here? DNA test? Yeah. The loathsome tongue. Okay, all right.
All right, thank you. You can be seated.
Here we go.
All right, your next question.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A?
Starting with the evidence. Oh boy.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you
Oh,
to take a look
shit.
at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A.
Already. Yep.
This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article?
Okay, here we go. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B?
Okay, here we go.
And if we could go to page 10 and 11.
Yeah. She's winding up, yeah. We're getting ready for it.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com.
That's what it seems.
The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have... Oh, apologize. You're fine.
Bro, he just lay it out. He just saying 1, 2, 3. He just letting him know. Oh, no. Yeah? Now what? Yeah. What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? What is this? What are they waiting on? What's this? She looks scared? Well, because she know what's going to happen. Like, we all know what's going to happen with this. Like, it's just... Oh, my God. It's a sidebar. I actually, like, now that guy said that's whenever they really get into the shit, like, I want to know what the fuck they're saying. Like, do they just go up there like, I've had enough of this bitch. Like, can we please fucking move on? Like he's lying constantly. Like, what the fuck? Like, everybody knows this bullshit. Like, what are you doing, right? It's yeah, I wonder, like, what actually they're saying. Yeah, they definitely do. I hope so. Imagine she faints. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. That way they don't have to talk about it. Yeah. Honestly, if the police, if it wasn't police involved, it could be more credible. So you're saying they own gold? Like, just by calling the police, and then the police confirming that it was bullshit, they own gold? You know what? Like, maybe you're right. I think, yeah, that could definitely be right. What's this here? Now imagine being the scribe lady now. Well, I don't think she doesn't write that down. The stenographer, I think that's what it's called, does not write that down. Yeah, the whole thing is an own goal? It is, man. Yeah, you know, if Johnny wins this case, the fact he expects to get $50 million whenever Heard can't pay $7 million for the charities. Well, one thing you have to understand is, like, can she pay the money? That is a different question than will she pay the money. Now, by the end of this trial, I have a good feeling both of those answers are going to be no. But I don't know. Elon Musk can? I bet, you know what I think? I think Johnny Depp, like, knowing him, I bet what he's going to do is he's going to fucking make the donations in her name after the case is over. Like, I think that would be so fucking funny if he did that, man. That would be hilarious. I don't think she'll lose, sadly. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is a chance, and it is a possibility that she is not going to lose, and Amber Heard will walk out of this, and the truth is that will be seen as a failure of the legal system for, the next 10, 20 years. People are going to remember this. Absolutely. It could happen. Because really, it's like you see all this stuff that's happened. You see all these lies. I think that a reasonable person, like an average person, doesn't really care about the fine-tuning of the law. They don't really care about, oh, well, this technicality means that this person gets to go free. That's why they love watching movies like Jack Reacher, where he just goes and fucking shoots him anyway. Because that's what they think should happen. That's why those movies are so popular. It's because the people don't fucking agree with this shit. They don't care. They don't care about technicalities.
And if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C.
For the Punisher, yeah.
And go to page 11.
Her career will 100% be over, though? True.
This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article.
Mm-hmm.
And the statement reads,
Yeah. Uh-huh. I can see that. Yes. No, they're looking at, they're trying to make sure they got the right one. Yeah. And then, yeah, like me stalling.
we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
Yeah.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract.
Unfortunately not.
And I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
Wait,
and you
what?
testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Why?
Not exactly. They extended it because it couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr.
Oh, so they
Waldman's
just wanted to
statements,
use her.
quote, torture you every day.
Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
recall that testimony?
I do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the
L'Oreal sides with her?
online attacks, the media. You can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
Okay, let's see the tweets. I want to see the tweets. I love seeing tweets getting pulled up in a court of law. I fucking
I don't
love
have this
it.
yet, so I'm asking
I think
for
it's
it to be
hilarious.
given to me
Every
before.
time it happens,
I think
funny
it's
to me.
just a...
Yep, pull the logs. Let's
This
go.
is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Where's my drink? Where's my drink?
Don't check the relevance.
Where's my drink? Where's my fucking drink?
Objection, I'm sorry, is you,
How do I get myself
what's the
Pepsi?
objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection, 881C in evidence.
All right, we're good. We good. We got that drink. It's a mega pint of Pepsi. That's
Can we please
right.
have it published to the jury?
I love Pepsi.
I'm sorry, 1266.
She's gonna read
I
it out. It's
apologize.
fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26,
Okay.
2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statement you claim, the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
What?
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed
What?
your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet.
Wait, she just said
I'm
he's
level
short?
2. No, I'm on level 3.
That's it?
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you
Surprising.
spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
Height shaming?
And you exercise regularly?
No, who gives a fuck?
Every day.
People talk
just
shit.
filmed a
That's what
movie
they
in
do.
March of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
Okay.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
She gets eaten by a shark in the first 2 minutes of the movie. But it's actually an end
You
credit
struck
scene.
Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms.
It's like
Heard?
after the credits.
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
Oh, of course.
So it's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be
Wow.
the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia.
She
You know,
didn't
he was
hit,
choking
she
me,
slapped
But I
him.
wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend
Second,
myself
make
as
your
best
call.
I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If you may, if I may,
Okay,
hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? Excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that right
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine, thank you.
Sorry about
Could you
that.
just give me the times
I might
again?
have to check on
Yes,
something.
of course. 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't
Okay.
promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote.
Yeah, what a
Correct?
surprise
That's
about
correct.
that.
He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
Sorry, I'll be right back. In like probably 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be good.
Physical fucking altercation with you.
Give me a second.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
Or how the other times you split. Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened, and you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't. And then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. And I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. The door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know that.
It hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
so let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said like, what the fuck, whatever, because I'd just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up, and then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door, or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I...
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to play to
Your Honor?
you
Okay.
as Hugh.
All right. Oh, if you want to come?
I'm going to read it into the record and I'll hand this to you. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right, I think.
Okay.
Yes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12. Line 12.
All right, 372.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
I think everything's okay. Let me. Is this lag on my end or on the end of this? Let me double check. Well, I'm gonna refresh this.
To read it before it's played.
I'll talk about whenever I get a minute. Basically, I'll just say, like, I'm gonna just turn it down just for a minute and just explain. So, like, my dad has, like, a thing where he told me that, like, I told him anytime that he really needs to get me immediately, he needs to call me twice and I will answer the phone immediately. I had my fucking phone on silent and he called me 3 times. Freaked me the fuck out, so I called him and I didn't get an answer. I waited a few minutes, that's why I called him again, and I didn't get an answer. And I literally just drove over to his house right there. And I went inside, he wasn't there. And I went through his phone, and I called everybody. Now he's calling me. Okay. I don't know why this keeps lagging. I have no idea. If it keeps doing this, I'm going to go to the other one. So anyway, I called him, and I drove over there like as fast as I could. He wasn't there, and so I called everybody that he had called that morning, and I think he was just trying to get a hold of me for something else, and so he just called me back. He's okay. Everything's fine. False alarm. Let's get back to the show. Yeah, we're good. Sorry. I just... You guys have to understand, like, it's my dad. If he needs me, it doesn't matter. I have 150K viewers. I'm immediately going.
Reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that. Ask them to take
It'll take
off
me a
the
minute,
screen.
but I'm good.
Could you take it off the screen?
Okay. This is her old deposition, isn't it? This is the thing from 2016. Druggies, thanks for 5 subs, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. They put Depp. What's this here? Depp audio. By the way, I'll look at any of the other stuff, whatever, afterwards.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
Guys, stop. You don't have to give me money because I'm stressed out. Like, stop. It's just, it feels weird. Stop. T-Rex, thanks.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you.
Okay, here we go.
As Hugh, would you listen to this, please? Punch it. Let's keep on.
It's weird how much different she looks. Like, I don't know. That's weird to me. Surgery? Could be, yeah. Thanks for flex open. Thank you.
I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I just stretched your toes. I didn't do that. I like that down. And you got it close to your kick the door open. I mean, say put the door, get more open. So you can
No, I didn't mean to. I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not.
If she didn't kick the door, how did it hit his head?
I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay.
Eating
So
Andy?
you
Yeah.
told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't.
So I don't remember what I said the first time. So whatever I said
And that's a
before,
recording
that's what's
marked
true.
as exhibit the punching.
Yeah.
Q that we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you
Thanks,
continue
thanks
to
for 5
listen
subs,
to
appreciate
exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I was on an accident.
Chef's completely different? Yeah, I know.
I then stood up.
Could be medication change, like Johnny said.
I don't even know if I said, I might have said, what the fuck, you know, whatever. That just hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to.
I did
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you.
Yeah, I bet.
I did not do
She's smiling?
I
Bro,
I did mean to.
in this one, she is unhinged.
No, God, no.
It's like this is the demon in control.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents.
Yeah, this is the
what
demon
actually
in control
happened,
now.
Which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched it, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Yeah.
I never even addressed it. He would, if he was ever pushed.
Definitions for Amber.
He called it a.
They're always
cold
very.
clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
They don't really always mean the same thing. He was being dramatic.
Smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
True.
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That was
Your
a
exact
lie.
words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he
Mhm.
won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
That's not true, is it?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you?
I love
From
that
Mr. Depp.
that phrase.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Be like, all right, yo, she's lying again. Like, how long do we have to fucking deal with this bullshit? She doesn't remember it. Do I have to play the tape again? Like, oh my God. Like, I'm just imagining what they're saying up there. Holy shit. She doesn't, still, no, people might not understand this. So, she remembers all of the things that are positive for her, and she forgets all of the things that are negative for her. So that's the way it works. Yeah, that's the way it works. That's how it goes. That's what makes sense.
Exhibit 219.
Select a memory. PTSD does weird stuff.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
Uh-huh. Let's see it. I'm ready to see this shit, dude. I'm ready. Oh my God. Like, she hasn't admitted to anything? Of course not. She'll always downplay it or use different language to talk about it. As if, like, you know what? Like, think about how much of a fixation she has.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
That's good. Yeah, this is all required reading. Think about how much of an effort she goes through to rephrase what the lawyer is telling her, or to admit.
And if you can scroll down, Tom. Again, Ms. Heard, just to...
Oh, there we go. We're going to read even more.
Page.
She clearly cares about the way that words are used. She doesn't just use things interchangeably. No, she uses them interchangeably, except whenever they downplay what she's doing and overplay what other people are doing. So it's interchangeably in one direction. What if she doesn't know how to read?
And then scroll down to the next page, please.
That's a good point. I don't think we've thought about that. Oh my God. Is that the Emperor's new clothes that we just haven't realized? She actually just can't read at all? That must be it. Of course.
And the next page.
I love how she's making her read the whole thing. This is great. 100% possible? Yeah. How could we be so blind? I know. She is from Texas? Okay, all right. Yo, let's move on past this, okay? Yeah, let's move on past this. Like, we gotta live beyond this. Like, it's some fucking, like, let's not get wrapped up in some bullshit. You know what I mean, guys? Like, I mean, come on. Come on. All right, let's see this. Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, man. The lawyer? Yeah, of course she throws him under the bus. Duh. I mean, why not? She's down blaming the lawyers again? Of course she is. Absolutely.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach? Okay.
Oh my God. Why would she blame herself? Yeah, like, you guys have to understand that, like, you know, the lawyers are lying. Obviously, Johnny's lying. Johnny's legal team is paid. There's a massive smear campaign. Everybody who criticizes her online isn't even a real person. They're a bot. So it's like, from her perspective, everybody agrees with her. Like, you have to understand, like, everybody who's not paid off agrees with her. It's that simple. Now, what she just says a federal crime? Listen, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, wow, somebody committed a crime. Who cares? Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not. Yeah, who gives a shit about that? So we're paid off. That's right, guys. You sure are. Yeah, people, listen. As I said, you're not innocent until proven guilty. You're innocent until proven wealthy. And then you're innocent. She's not going to go to jail, boys. She's not going to jail. This is not going to happen. Like, I understand everybody likes to circle jerk and think about how funny it would be if she went to jail. It's not going to happen. Now, maybe, I could be wrong. But I think that she's obviously fucking nuts. And I think that they can clearly make an argument that she's so fucking nuts that she actually thinks what she said is true. I do. And they have documentation on file of her being nuts. It's not going to happen, man. You're wrong. I hope that I am. I hope that I am. Please be wrong. Please, guys, tell me I'm wrong. I want to hear that I'm wrong just so I can imagine a sliver of justice. Please tell me how wrong I am. Jail for defamation doesn't happen? Of course it doesn't, but perjury it does. I think it does, right? I'm pretty sure perjury can get you in jail. I would assume so. Maybe not. I could be wrong. We'll have to look and see. Yeah, yes, it can. You're right. Defamation is not what it is. You were wrong, man. Ratioed? Oh, what, really? Oh, wow. Damn. Okay, now you're getting serious. Australia's pretty pissed about the dog situation. No, I believe that was criminal, if true. Yeah, but, like, I mean, who gives a fuck what Australia thinks? What do you think? They're gonna send her? They're gonna extradite her to Australia and put her in jail? Like, this is not gonna happen. Like, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, that's not gonna. It's not gonna happen. Like, that's it. I'm Australian, dude. Listen, it's not your fault. Like, it's not your fault. It just is what it is. Like, that's just not gonna happen. That's all I'm really trying to get at. Now, I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be fucking wrong. But, you know, I don't think I am. Person convicted of perjury is liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years or a fine or both. Or to a fine or both. Yeah, they're obviously going to probably fine her for perjury. They're not going to put her in jail. She just had a baby. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, no jury is going to put a baby, a mother of a newborn baby in jail.
The domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
Yeah.
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Yeah. Is that right?
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
That's convenient.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time.
What do you think?
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280,
all right,
which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page...
Here we go.
You have the transcript there.
Here we go.
74, lines 22. You said through
she tipped him off?
74.
No, I think the publicist did.
Line 22.
I don't think she did it.
Through 75, line 13.
It would be stupid for her to do it. Okay, here we go.
72 lines.
74.
All right, here we go. Let's see it. Obviously, that's what a publicist is for.
13.
Yes, exactly. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
The publicist gives Amber plausible deniability. Exactly, she does. Johnny Depp says he never hits her because the monster in the recorders. He does ever admit to hitting She does, however, admit to hitting him. Well, yeah, of course. Well, yeah, yeah, obviously that's what happened. Like, I mean, let's be real. Let's call it what it is. It is what it is. When will they end the case? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it could have been over 5 minutes after that girl started asking her questions. Like, that lawyer, like, they could have been over 5 fucking minutes after that, and people were like, okay, yep, that's it. I know 27th is, like, the end date, but I think maybe it can end before that. I'm not sure. Are they going to drag this out? I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know. Does this waste Johnny's time to cross-examine? Oh, whenever they're talking? I don't know. Like, maybe I actually don't know the answer to that. I have no idea. I think it was over after Dr. Curry. I mean, like, bro, like, I'm the kind of person, man, and, like, this is why I'm not a judge. I just look at them. I know they're guilty or not. I just look at them. And, like, you look at her in those videos. Yeah, she's crazy. Yep. Yep, crazy. You know it. It's that easy. Judges do that too?
Could you please play
I bet they
display
do.
to the jury. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Okay, here we go.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Wait, this is what I said.
Slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
That's what I said.
That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know how to do
TMZ
that.
owns the copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea.
She did it because he wouldn't talk to her.
That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
What?
And also, what does that get me?
But
If
your
I wanted to
publicist
leak
would.
things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Right.
What extortion?
Tassa Van Reeves, your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told the story Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was
She's getting mad? Yeah.
Fights around March, yes.
The demon's going to be released?
He tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Really?
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
Wow. That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press.
They're
by
lying!
Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO.
Was that Johnny even then?
Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279.
Bro, Johnny was planning shit even 10 years in advance?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Everybody is lying. See, okay, so the media, even them in 2009 whenever she was a literal who. Like, nobody knew who Amber Heard was in 2009. And she was planted in order to make her look bad. This is the Elden Lord. What you have to understand is that Johnny, that's not his real name. His real name is the Jailer. And he's been planning this ever since 2009. That's right. Planting the seeds.
This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms.
Pulling
Heard?
the strings.
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020?
That's not when it came out, no.
Oh my God.
This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
Can't believe so many people unrelated to
The
each other.
headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see it again. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's planted. The evidence is planted. Like, all the people at the airport were paid off. Holy shit. I feel like there are probably more people that believe in flat Earth than believe Amber Heard. I should do a poll on my Twitter. How many people? Like, which one is more
Amber Heard
believable?
allegedly grabbed,
I'm gonna
struck
do it.
her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
Oh, really?
May we approach?
Okay. Yeah, let's see. We gotta do. Oh my God, bro! I gotta do this. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Which one is more believable? And then we have to do a poll, right? Choice 1, flat Earth. Choice 2, Amber Heard. Okay, there we go, guys. I think that should be good. Let's see here. Poll length, 1 day. All right, which one is more blue, Amber Heard or flat Earth? Okay. There we go.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already
overruled. Go ahead.
I'll get back to
Start
this.
over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
No.
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
Romantically
No further
linked to.
questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce,
Yeah.
marriage, things like that,
It's
they
public
are
record.
Public record.
Yes.
And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets.
Okay.
I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time.
Yeah.
When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify. That
Oh,
I
to
did not
clarify.
do this in a punitive way.
Okay.
I didn't want him to be mad at me.
That makes
I didn't-
sense.
You know, I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your
Do you know?
publicist
I
did.
do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yeah.
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Oh, she leaked
I'm going
it.
to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye.
Oh my God.
And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was
Is
during
the voice
mediation
necessary?
process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was
That's
the first
good.
mediation.
Did she have to do the voice? Yes, she did. Apparently, she did have to do the voice. Oh my God. Let me see. Like, what is this? I don't know why this keeps happening.
We had a short exchange,
There
and
we
he
go.
put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
God damn it, man. Why the fuck does this shit keep happening?
Read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation
Even he thought that shit
process
was funny.
in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was
Close
in July
chat.
2016. That was the first
Hijack,
mediation. And
okay.
we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
I'm sorry?
Okay, here we go. Now we're caught up. Sorry about that, guys. Apologies. Had some bullshit happen.
Do you recognize?
What the fuck is this? Am I gonna have to go to the other one? Bro, I'm just gonna go to the other one. This is trash. Like, all right, one more fuck up. I'll go to the, all right. Let's just go to the other one.
Do you recognize this?
Objection,
We
Your
good.
Honor. May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there we go. Let's get our approach again. All right, there we go. All right, Twitter poll. Okay, let's see the Twitter poll. Where is it? Man, guys, that's not looking good. Option. Okay, Jeeb. All right. Yeah, really fucking funny. Which one is more believable? Flat Earth, 93%. So 7% of my viewers are probably flat earthers. That's basically what they're saying. Yeah, sure. That's good. Chills. Yep, there we go. Chills, brother. Flat Earth. Yep, you know it, man. Absolutely. Flat Earth at grounds? Yeah, sure. 7% misunderstood question? True.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
Damn.
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear,
Mm-hmm.
on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. He knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
You survived.
Thank you. You were asked
She's
about
mad
a bruise
that she doesn't
that
have
was on your
control over
arm,
him.
From March 15, 2013.
She's a survivor.
Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
Capture what?
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That's not offered.
And hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's leading. It's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor,
Yeah, I bet.
May I approach him?
That's fine.
Oh my fucking God, bro. They're just fighting and going on and on and on. I think this shit's fucking hilarious, man. I really do. It's surprising to see how many people are just kind of, like, I'm reading some of the responses on the tweets and everything. I think this is just great. People mauled over this shit. I wonder if it's going to go until the 27th. What do you guys think? I feel like there's at least a chance that it could happen. Yeah, like it could actually go all the way until the 27th. Like, yes, it will. That's, bro, if it goes on that long, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Like, that's going to be longer than I probably played any video game. And I just hope, like, can we petition them to stop starting so early? Like, it's so early, man. Like, why? What is this? What do we have? Like, why can't we start at like 11 p.m. or like 11 a.m. or something like that, right? Everybody gets to sleep in. We get to chill. Everything's okay. And like, wow, it's got to be this early? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. East Coast media bias. I know, man. I gotta go. Like, I'm going live. I woke up today at 7:15 in the morning, man. Like, that is a time that I don't like waking up. I'll tell you that right now. I hate waking up by then. Yeah. All right, let's see how this is gonna go. Oh boy. All right, let's see how this is. Normie? Yep, I know. Okay. Objection, Your Honor, leading? Yeah, sure. 2 hours after sunup, brother. Gotta get to it. Okay. Just like back out in the farm, right?
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls
many?
for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled that one. Roughly about 10.
Okay. 10 people.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can. It's not offered. It's just to show that she informed people.
They're gonna have to approach our
Objection, Your Honor. Can we?
I fucking knew it. Like, I fucking knew it. Like, cause she kept saying it, bro. Like, you could just feel it building up. Like, I knew that they were about to go up to the fucking desk. Like, they were like, okay, all right, this is gonna happen. Like, they gotta fight this one out. Absolutely. The lawyers are fighting. Yeah, I know. It's not fair crafted to Johnny. Nah, the thing is, like, this is just life. Like, I mean, this bullshit happens, and the thing is, like, this was bound to happen eventually. You know what I mean? Like, you have false accusations. Like, false accusations are like a fucking fraction of, like, most accusations are pretty much legit. But there's some that are not. And we have to keep that in mind.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you indicated that you, in fact, had after the divorce,
Objection,
correct?
leading.
Did you?
She's not going to be able to talk.
Consult an ENT after the divorce.
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading.
They're going back up to the bench, aren't
Thank
they?
you.
Leading. Next question.
Your Honor, if we could, witness could be instructed not to answer until I've lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
Oh my God, she's going in. Like, she's This is like a fucking cheap
Do you
shot,
recognize this
kidney
document?
shot, gouge,
My screen is black.
blind,
Sorry. There you go.
vanish,
Yes, I do.
sap,
And could you tell us what it is?
cheap
That's
shot.
what my ENT,
Kidney
the ears,
shot.
nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection. as to
Oh, they're
use.
really trying to get her mad.
I'm,
Yeah.
what, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely.
We're getting up again, aren't we?
It is leading question, though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything,
Oh,
did
God.
you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist?
She's about to do it.
Relating to your nose?
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
What, I said,
Foundation.
what, if anything, Your Honor?
Hearsay.
What, if anything? It's not
Jeez.
the cure-all. It's sustain.
Bro, this is... Yeah.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016.
Oh my
or something.
God. No
And
speaking? Yeah.
As a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
How is she gonna know what she learned if she doesn't say what they said? What the fuck are you talking about?
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If only a foundation.
Do you know whether the medical records
Oh my God.
from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation. Calls for
Oh my
speculation.
God.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great, we've made progress. Yes.
And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the
Man.
medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
Oh, okay. Now we're back
I
into
have,
fan
a
fiction.
bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
She can certainly testify to.
we'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll see where it goes.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yep, because scar tissue is a
What, if
technical
any,
medical
difficulty
term.
do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't. But
She's getting mad.
Overruled objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
It's because of Johnny. He did that to her. Yeah. This is just like, guys.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection,
question?
Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
People are just tired of their shit,
Did
man.
you report?
Oh my
What, if
God.
anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015.
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Okay, all right, yeah, mute it. Bro, this is actually, like, the amount of fucking stun locking here, I haven't seen this shit. Like, this makes a rogue in Mists of Pandaria look like he's not even playing the game. He's just chilling, having fun, man. This is awful. Oh my fucking god. This is... Bro, this stun lock, I don't even know what to say. Like, the CC chain is real. Yeah, I know. Just Gladiator, it's brutal, man. It is fucking brutal. They didn't need a murder trial after this one? It seems that way, yeah. I mean, people are fucking, like, she's just getting got. I gotta say that. Yeah, she's just fucking getting got. It's like... the lawyer should know what's going to be objected to, man. Well, she is, but the thing is, like, they're trying to get some bullshit in there because they literally can't, like, they can't do anything else. It's like, again, it's like if you go into a gladiatorial arena and the guy's got a sword and they give you a pool noodle, well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's kind of one, like, you can only work with what you're given. And sometimes you get fucking saddled with a pool noodle and you're set up to lose. That's it. They can't prove shit. Exactly, because there's no actual medical, there's no actual medical information here. That's exactly true. It wasn't a medical record showing your injuries, but they're trying to push it hard. Exactly, yeah. Because there's literally no record. Like, scar tissue is like, this isn't like, oh, this is scar tissue or not. Like, this is a medical term. It's just like, nah, bullshit. Like, it's whatever. No medical records? No, because medical records would imply that something happened. And nothing happened, so there are no medical records. What a surprise. And so, like, I feel bad, kind of, like, at the beginning, I felt bad for Amber, but the more that I listen to this, the more I feel bad for Amber's team. Because, like, it's not really their fault. Like, it's like they gave these guys, like, a pool noodle, a water balloon, and, you know, like a bottle with, like, a little thing to blow bubbles. And then they're like, okay, you have to fight a fucking tiger. You have to go up against a tiger, and that's it. They're grasping at nothing. Yeah, they've got no cards to play, man. It's like, I remember back whenever I played Magic the Gathering, and I would go into drafts. I would do draft, Friday Night Magic. And there would be these times where people would draft like 7 lands, or they would draft no lands. And you feel like you take the W, right? You're going to beat them, and they still have to draw 6 cards because they're going to mulligan. But it's still really fucking, like, you can kind of feel bad for them whenever this shit happens. That's all I'm really trying to get at. And lawyers are farming $50K per day. No need to feel bad. I mean, you're right. I don't feel bad. Like, as I said, I feel bad for them in the same way that I feel bad for a garbage man whenever he has to pick up somebody's garbage and it smells really bad. It's like, oh, bro, that sucks. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, it's not like, oh, man, like, I'm so sorry this horrible thing happened to you. No, I mean, obviously, it's the way it goes, right? But still, yeah, that's the way I feel about it. $50K per day? Oh, I have no idea, but it's probably costs a lot of money. Absolutely. It's their fault they're familiar with Dr. Hughes and do this shit all the time. Well, that's what it is, right? I remember, like, I feel like she was the biggest loser out of all of this. Is because Amber is only ruining a few people's lives. That woman is ruining hundreds of people's lives, potentially thousands. How many times did she testify as a professional witness and get paid for it? What a bunch of horse shit that is. They're being paid now, but their hiring rate will plummet after seeing how this is going. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, in a way, as I said, I feel bad for them, but, you know, that's the way shit goes, man. That's the way shit fucking goes. You know what? Speaking of that, speaking of the way things go, let's go ahead and let's look at the poll here. Let's refresh this, and we've got a poll going on with my on my Twitter. I just wanted to see this. So flat Earth is at 90%. 90% of people believe the flat Earth more than Amber Heard. Why is there a Joker picture? Next time she's on frame, I'll show you. Yeah, it's okay. What's this here? I don't think lawyers are really bad. Problem is how you defend a client that has zero proof and everything's a lie. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It's a pool noodle. Like, you're set up to lose, man. What can you possibly do? Yeah, it's just like, and these people, they're just chilling, man. The lawyers got a hell of a job. They sure do. Who's going to play the lawyer in the movie? The person to play the lawyer in the movie, Zach Galifianakis. Just have him go up there and just, like, fumbling the papers around and just, like, fucking dropping them on the floor, like, trying to, like, pick them back up. He knocks over the stand, and then finally, after, like, 5 minutes of that, James Franco play it. Yeah. Yeah, it's even fucking better. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, good one, Globetard. I just saw that. And fucking XQC. Yeah, I see that one. Oh my God. James Franco is should be a witness apparently. I feel like he kind of should be, but it's like there's nothing really for him to say. I don't think that's gonna happen. How fast do you think that woman typed? Take notes, all this shit? 140 WPM, I think.
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16,
something crazy like that,
2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
It's up to 300 now?
And
with like
did
autocomplete?
you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015
Okay, here we go.
about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay, all right,
What, if
next.
anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17.
Man.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
That's a three. That's a three tap right there. Oh, here we go. Let's do it again. You know why I think the other lady is asking to go up there? I think she's asking to go up there because during the conversation, she has to pick out new questions. Because I bet she has a list, and the list is like, it's like this, right? There's nothing on the list. They're like, well, okay, this is, all right, that's bullshit. This is bullshit. That's bullshit. Like, I'm actually curious, like, are they going to be able to get anything out there? Yeah, she's just dying out there, man. Holy shit. It's just awful. Look at the difference in the legal teams. Yeah, well, I mean, they're not, like, there's that guy. There's Rottenborn, which is like, how do you have a name like Rottenborn? Like, I would change my name.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
At least call
Objection, lack of foundation.
Right? I mean, like, damn.
Overruled.
Was
I saw
this
her
a
2
Tim
days
Burton
after
film?
the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Uh-huh.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Uh-huh.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment.
That's a
we saw a
jump.
number of pictures from the backless dress.
Yeah. Where she had the knee in her back. All the bruising.
What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that
her
Mr.
face.
Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Leading.
think I can bring
calls
that
for
out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
What do you think the reason is? Like, you know, she was going for it.
Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
Oh, God.
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making
She got one out.
a total
yeah.
of $65 million
One
in
GCD.
2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading.
As long as she has both hands on the mic.
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Relevant.
I'll sustain the
Explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
She's going to be running out of questions.
Can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked
it.
and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Go ahead.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
It's because she wanted to look good in the media.
tape recording that was played
That's why.
that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell the
Yeah,
jury
that's why.
what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole
taken it
lot about
smart.
what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role?
Sure, he's right in front of me.
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
I heard they
Keep it
wanted-
away.
I worked
what-
really
what they
hard.
said.
I bet they
worked
did.
really hard on that and had to prove myself.
Yeah, I
and I
bet.
did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's
if an-
why.
What
What
if
the
any
hell were
role
you
did
doing
Mr. Depp
besides that?
play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection,
from?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of
Just asking
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
Nah, there it is. Nah, gone.
You
Bullshit.
asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him, actually, right after it happened, what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
He's loving this, man. He is fucking loving this.
Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what,
Oh my
what
God.
interaction you had with him?
That's okay. Thanks for 10 subs.
His
Appreciate it.
opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup.
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's
Oh,
leading.
man.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Uh-huh.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
Ah, there we go. Okay, let's do it again. Holy shit, man. Like, this is just totally destroyed. Like, as I said, I feel like she's going up against a rogue. This is brutal. Look at the YouTube chat, bro. Oh my God. They're going wild. Look at this shit. They're crumbling. Yeah, I'm going to swap back to this one, show it shows. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Let me see. Can I refresh this and have this one work instead? Okay, yeah, let me see if I can get this one to work instead, okay? Because this one shows both perspectives and it's better audio. Okay, let's see if it works. If it doesn't, we're going to go back to the other one, okay?
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Sines' testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in wasn't enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage? What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 20?
Okay. All right.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
All right.
The state I was in wasn't enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Yep, we're going to this one.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass, so I don't know why she's saying that.
I wonder why. That's crazy. Maybe there wasn't any broken glass.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 20?
Wow.
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always.
Okay.
As I do.
That's nice.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
I wonder.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I don't think we know.
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
They were friends.
Now, the video shows
I've heard this one
him
before.
laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
I wonder.
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain
too.
the objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor,
Yeah.
if we can instruct the witness
If
to...
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right. Next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
Yeah. He responded.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
Bro, I love the facial expressions they make. Holy
What did he do
shit.
to her?
Unintelligible? I don't understand the question.
Overruled. We'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Well, it's...
Sustain the objection. Next question.
That's not hearsay, really. I mean, I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, that one, yeah, no objection needed there.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney.
Yeah, I bet. I bet they're fucking done. Now what?
Seat next to her. That's fine.
Yeah, I bet she probably expected these questions to go on until the end of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside
Bro,
research.
I want to know what's going to happen after this. Yeah, I want to know what 3 out of 100 questions accepted. Yeah, exactly. That was terrible for them. That was really, man, that was bad. Let me just say that. Yeah, she speed ran her questioning.
All right, is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition?
Be by deposition.
Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up.
All right, let's see. Let's watch the TV.
Okay. All right.
See how this goes. Oh my God. It doesn't go on the books because it was hearsay? Yeah, that's right. It just gets omitted, man. Absolutely omitted. Back up to Amber's face. Looks like she was bawling. I don't know about that. I don't think she's going to cry in the middle of the court. But, like, I just think this shit is funny as fuck to see this, man. Oh my, substitute teacher day. And redirect, you're supposed to address the points that the plaintiff lawyer brought forward. It's a rebuttal. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I actually don't know. She zipped through the questions? Well, she certainly did. I mean, it's some real shit. And as I said, guys, I think this shit is funny. I really do. It is just crazy. And you see these people, and man, the people like, I stand with Amber. Oh my God, dude. Oh no. What is this? Why did James Franco come over? Who could have possibly... Man, why could this have possibly happened? Why would James Franco ever come over? That's so crazy. What's this here? People think a young, unknown actress tricked a much older, much wealthier A-lister into marrying her and then started beating him despite employing a full fleet of bodyguards along the way. Just over 3 years. Is crazy? Well, I think that there's a lot of guys that do stupid, they do stupid shit for girls. And listen, here's probably what happened, is that whenever he met Amber, she wasn't crazy. And then it's like, over the course of she becomes more and more crazy. It's like it's basically goes downhill the whole time. Comments disabled. Well, of course, stupid opinions can only exist in a vacuum. They can only exist in an echo chamber. That's exactly right. Bro, they're playing PS5. She can't get a break. Yeah. Remember the old video of the guy charting out the hotness and craziness in a linear graph? Yeah. I mean, that's basically it. Listen to Depp's witnesses. They're telling the world who he is. The island manager stated that Lily Ross himself in a helicopter with Amber Heard, then with Depp during one of his binges. That should tell you all you need to know. Don't fucking pretend to be an authority to me. But he's the victim, right? He sounds so scared of Amber. No new audio played in court of Johnny Depp shouting and screaming at Amber Heard. Oh my God, bro. Like, how do you make a whole account based on this? How do you do like a whole account based on this bullshit, dude? It's nuts. Check Twitter mentioned she's facing a perjury lawsuit in the UK. If you guys want me to look at something, you have to tweet it at me. Tag me in the tweet, and that's it. And I think it's literally that easy. Maureen always. Oh my God. Why are there so few feminist voices speaking up for her? That's right. For people like this, being a feminist means that you hate men. That's exactly right. You hate men and you always believe that women are right. That's what it is. Agenda, yeah, they're agenda Andes. That's all there is to it. I wonder why. Yeah, maybe because the actual feminists know that this is a bad person to have representing us. Like, imagine looking at Amber Heard, seeing what she's saying and doing, and thinking to yourself, this is our champion. This is the person that's going to take our hopes and dreams and our fight into the future. Like, this is the person you're going with? I mean, why don't you just go get a crazy person off the side of the street? The odds are they'll be less crazy than she is. Holy fuck. Let me look at some of the things you guys tagged me in. I know a lot of people are tagging me in some bullshit. So let me take a look at it and see for myself. Let's see here. And there's a lot of people who are, you know, voting in the poll too. Exactly. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's a good one. Amber Heard, he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? Man. I love how he says it, or like she says that, and like he's not even looking at her. He's just talking to somebody else that's like completely fucking unrelated. Yeah, attention seeker. I know, man. And watch Johnny in a video. Okay, sure.
He's guilty. He knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him. Thank you. He's guilty. He knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Here comes the acting again.
Thank you.
God damn, man. I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to. That's all there is to it. Maybe he's scared at you? Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just he doesn't want to deal with her. He doesn't want to look at her, doesn't want to have anything to do with her. And also it fucks her up because it's like a power thing, right? It makes her feel stupid, you know what I mean? That's what it is. Let me see if I can find the rest of these here. I gotta find some more of this shit. I know you guys have been asking about it. Yeah, this is... Oh, this is a positive one. Yeah, look at this. This is a positive one. These are women we should be idolizing instead of social media influencers. Yeah, I think so. But the difference is that these people actually do work, and people don't want to do any work. So they want to be influencers on social media instead. Everybody knows that these guys are great. We all know this. But why would a kid want to do that if they could just be they could be the next Logan Paul? You know what I mean? Like, damn, that's a lot easier to do, isn't it? Shit, I mean, that's exactly why. Like, let's just be honest. All right, let's see if I can find the rest of this here and see what else people are fucking tagging me in, etc. And it is pretty fucking funny to see this. She was literally, yeah, this was fucking insane. Like, she wasn't even able to do anything. She's like, what? Dude? What is that here, man? Oh my God, she got rolled. Yeah, I know. It's nuts. I'm trying. Yeah, she is. And it's just, she can't do nothing, man. It is just insane to me to see this kind of stuff. It really is. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Let me see here. And I've got to say that there is so much more. Like, how is it that there's so much drama right now? Like, it really, there's so much. Like, this isn't even, this is only part of it. Let me see if I can just play this so we have the countdown here. I'll refresh it and see if it works. And I'll mute this one. You guys said if I hide the chat, it'll go away. I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, so yeah, we'll open this up and we'll see if it's going to work. Hopefully it will. The emote team, watch the part you missed. I don't know exactly where it would be. So, incredible at their craft, but Johnny's lawyer is amazing. It sure is. Yeah, she is great, man. She is fucking great. Do you think Amber Heard lied to her lawyers? Do I think that she lied to the lawyers? Yes, I think that she did. I think that she just simply told them, because the lawyers don't want to have to, like, they're not going to lie for her. Why the fuck would they do that? Because, like, then that implicates them and it makes them bad. So, like, you have to take on the case. Remember, I think this is what either Dr. Curry or the other psychologist said, is that you have to take the patient at their word. And I think lawyers effectively do the same thing. But obviously, some lawyers don't take cases that they feel are unwinnable or indefensible in many regards. And so, yeah, that's basically it. We got another one right here. Aww. Look at that. That's nice. That is nice. It's Saul Goodman. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like, I'm betting, like, this is the guy that's probably in charge, right? Like, this is, like, the head lawyer guy. I'm assuming. Like, I'm not sure, but, like, I'm kind of guessing. Do you guys know that? Like, this guy right here, he is? Yeah, he's the boss. He's the big man. And it's, like, it's such a big deal, because I'm sure that, like, him giving her this opportunity is, like, tremendous for her. Like, this is absolutely fucking tremendous for her to do this. So, yeah, it makes sense. Exactly. And so yeah, it's like, I think people might not realize, like, how big of a deal and how big of an influence he has here, right? Like, he made sure that this happened. And so huge shout outs to him as well, because he knew this was going to happen, and he just let it fucking happen. And isn't that something special? Wow. Let me look at this, a few more of these, okay? And I'll see a few more. Also, let's see there. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no, what is this? What is oh God, look at that shit, dude. What she claimed to look like, what it looks like now. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, no wonder she needed the surgery, man. Absolutely. A good PR for Johnny? Yeah, it is. Well, again, like, it would just, you know, I know, everybody knows that it would look really fucking bad. And it would not look really bad to any reasonable person, right? But we're past reasonable people. Like, reasonable behavior. Spit, thanks a lot for the 10 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. The thing is, like, if it was a man up there questioning Amber Heard, everybody on Twitter would have been like, I can't believe a man would go up there and question a woman's story. Ask her to you know, question her experiences and do this shit. You know what I mean? The tier 2 subs, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, and so that's another big reason too. But yeah, I mean, that's a huge fucking shout out to that guy, putting her in that position just so that could happen. Yeah, I think it's fucking tremendous. It really is. Let me look at a few more of these, and we'll go from there. We'll go back over to this one, and I got almost a little bit more of these. Okay, yeah, I think this is, bro, I cannot imagine. I feel like if this goes until the 27th, this is not going to be beating a dead horse. This is going to be like building a new crater inside of the earth. Like, the horse has been long gone. Like, the horse at this point is already dead. It's done. Like, everybody fucking knows it. I feel like I don't think that there's going to be any further information here that is going to increase the amount of, what do you call it? It's going to increase people's opinion. It's going to change people's opinion. I feel like everybody, at this point, the evidence is out there. It's pretty, in my opinion, one-sided. And so that's all there is to it. And what's this here? Who would get into a relationship with Amber at this point? Plenty of people would get into a relationship with her, right? Sojima, thank you much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. We've got a picture of Rihanna after being punched. I used the Rihanna example earlier today. I've used it before. So, yeah, I mean, this has happened in many regards. Of course it has. Yeah, it's just like, man, let me see what this is. I'll pull this over and take a look at it. What is this? What even happened? Oh, no. Wait, look at that guy. Wait, look at him. He's right up here. I didn't even notice this. Is he crying or laughing? Well, I think they're all laughing. Yeah, there's no way they'd just be like smiling at him if he's crying. At least it seems unlikely. So, yeah, he had to leave. Yeah, I guess so. They were all laughing? Man, that is just why is he laughing? I have no idea. Maybe it was something else. I'm not sure. And do you have the unedited version? No, I don't. Let's go back and we're gonna look at some more of these. Okay. I want to find the where is this? Is it this one? Fuck, which one is it? I'm trying to remember where the Justice for Amber Heard one was. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. What the fuck was that? I have no idea. Okay, let's scroll all the way up to the top. Yeah, there's this, right? People that are actually believing it. Oh my God, man. He was crying, is that her dad? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I missed all morning. Can you recap real quick? What did I miss? So basically, so they asked Amber Heard about some of the things that she said happened, and then they showed evidence that proved that it didn't happen. And that's been going on for about 6 hours now. Like, that's pretty much the whole thing. Yep, that's it. And so, yeah, at this point, I don't really know. I mean, this, like, I don't even know if this is the picture or whatever. But, I mean, again, people like this are just dumb. Well, let me see if I can hashtag. Look at the hashtag again. I stand with... Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. And there it is. Yeah, we've got plenty of these here. And...
The tweet, Plaintiffs 3...
Here we go.
We're
about to start.
A retweet or a tweet that has the hyperlink of the online
Let's go.
op-ed in it. And I know that a mere hyperlink without more cannot constitute republication. However, here, when there's additional content that could constitute republication in this matter, so there is evidence of ownership and additional content that the jury could find constitute republication, and that is a factual question that does survive a motion to strike. Therefore, the motion to strike is denied as to count one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's a good
All right,
insight,
everybody ready for the
yeah.
jury?
Because she added things with her tweet. She didn't just post it, and she indicated that she wrote it. Look at that. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, that all these judges used to be lawyers, right? I mean, like, they know what the fuck is going on. Like, that's why they're judges. Strike denied, yeah. I mean, that's all there is to it. Free DLC, yeah, there you go. Why are they facing that way? They face that way to stand and face the, what do you call it? The jury. Yeah, that's how it works. Not all the time. Well, of course, not all the time. But generally, I think that's the case. But yeah, it was obviously republication because she added her own content with it and everything like that. All right, let's see this. Here we go. Here we fucking go. I'm ready to see who the next person they're going to bring in is. I'm actually very curious about this.
All right, your next witness.
Okay, here we go.
Our next witness is Mr. Io Tillett Wright, and it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
This is one of Amber's friends.
Right, good morning again. Have you had any communications with Ms. Heard at all, including text or emails or otherwise, in connection with your preparation for this deposition?
No.
Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year. April or May. Almost a year ago.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I met Amber in the end of 2011.
Okay.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
And what were the circumstances of the meeting?
A friend was introducing us to each other so that I could photograph her for a large portrait series that I was doing at the time.
Okay.
What was your profession in 2011?
So he's a photographer?
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think. I don't recall exactly everything, but...
In 2011, you were both a photographer and separately worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist.
He thinks? Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he did.
And
why would he know what he did?
What is your profession today?
I'm a writer and a producer.
So he's unemployed. Okay.
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Yes.
And what are those?
I've hosted a television show or two. I
That's nice.
Made some podcasts.
Okay.
I'm
going to be doing that.
Wrote 2 other books. 2 books. 3 books. 3 books. I've written 3 books. A number of things. I don't know. There are more things, but I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering, and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism, and
isn't that nice?
Mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet, and Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology, and
that's nice.
Just
I bet she does.
Laughed and had fun that night, and then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did.
Yeah.
And she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at, and I photographed her for the project.
That's crazy.
And then thereafter, I went back to New York, where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York, and did I want to get lunch?
That's nice.
So we got lunch, and
seems normal so far.
Became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter.
Okay.
Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with.
Okay.
In a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then
okay.
We remained close, the 3 of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends.
Uh-oh.
And then Amber and I were friends.
That's a good way to say it.
That I told you that we last.
I wonder why that happened.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay.
And when was
you had
that?
to pick a side, yeah.
It was August 2013 until I believe June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them.
Is that a nose ring? That's got to be a nose ring, not a booger, right?
Remember, it was a...
Okay, I was about to say.
Sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe, Johnny and I were no longer... I think
no longer
the
what?
period when I...
No longer what?
Really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way.
Why?
You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado. That's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Oh.
Let me ask it this way then.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph.
All right. Well
where
then.
it says, my experience of Johnny during
Silva,
the
thanks for
time
50 subs, man.
that we were close,
Thanks a
from
lot.
2013 through 2015, was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period?
Okay, let's see it.
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny.
Okay.
Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions.
That's nice. Seems like a nice
he
guy.
Also,
when sober,
he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to OxyContin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on OxyContin. Did you ever experience him while he was on OxyContin?
Oh, I had to take these before.
And while he was on OxyContin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on OxyContin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and hard liquor.
It's like, all right.
Marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind.
Probably.
Cocaine and any kind of alcohol.
Oh my God, is this really gonna happen to me again? Are we really gonna have this fucking bullshit happen again? This is unreal. How is this so bad?
Hard liquor.
If this happens again, I'm gonna go to the other one.
Marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms. Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind.
Okay.
Cocaine and any kind of alcohol. He would become paranoid. When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid.
The fuck?
Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
The fuck?
Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with?
For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation.
Yeah.
And that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny.
Oh.
And,
big difference there. Big difference.
Yeah.
Huge
all the other
difference.
things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all.
Wow.
My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me.
Okay.
To get through an extreme emotional pain situation.
Oh, emotional pain. I thought it was actually
witnessed
hurt.
Johnny doing cocaine, I was
Okay.
not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking, like, ever in the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
That's the first question, yes.
Yes. That's yes.
The
That's
answer is no. Amber was vehemently against
what?
cocaine.
What's
Did
this
you ever,
cuts?
witness her
What are these cuts?
smoke marijuana?
Wait, what the fuck?
No. Marijuana is not her drug.
What is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Oh.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Objections or cuts
I
and
can
strikes?
think of one
Okay.
instance in particular when she took
that
it,
makes sense.
for her birthday, like a celebration. Wasn't
Do you
a
recall what year that was?
common event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if, other than, what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no. Amber drinks red wine when she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
Yes.
It's like,
And
yes.
How often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk.
I wonder
very
how that
often.
happened.
I saw her drinking often.
Yeah, I
but
wonder.
didn't
Yeah,
see her,
damn. Strangely immune.
out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Ms. Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance.
Okay.
If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun. And
okay.
Be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing.
That's
and
nice.
Having fun.
Aw,
if she
look at
was
that.
in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
Yeah.
In case you haven't recognized my voice.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Io Tillett.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Mr.
Let's see it.
Right, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions.
Okay, here we go.
And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4.
All right.
And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Isn't that nice?
He became a close friend, and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
That's
All
nice.
right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not.
Okay.
In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the 4 of us hung out in his house, in his living room.
Okay.
And just kind of talked and got to know each other.
Chill.
And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was
nice.
a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind.
Look at that.
And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party.
That's nice.
And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house.
Wow.
And Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I
He's a good boy.
Really
He's a good
at
boy.
that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other, and I left feeling a very intense connection to him, and I was like, well, yeah, sure, everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner.
Okay.
Such a dinner at her house, and Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too.
I didn't expect
joked
this.
About how crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers.
That's crazy.
And then he...
What's going on?
He texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one.
He seems like a good guy
really
so far.
respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy.
He seems like a good guy so far.
And then, I was in LA for a couple more months.
He's chilling.
And I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write and had a very bad breakup with that fiance. And
this is going to be
was
interesting.
going through some things personally that Johnny, you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things.
That sucks.
And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, you know, just let me know and come back and stay here.
Damn.
And so I did.
God damn.
I came back, and I originally was going to stay at Amber's house because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together.
Amber's witness.
She stayed at his house a lot. That she paid for, etc. And she was, you know, the person that I'd known longer, so I felt more comfortable being at her house. And then the consensus was that I should be closer to them. And so they said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to take advantage of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it.
That's nice.
And
Damn.
He said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help.
Wow.
So I went and I stayed there, and then that was, I'm guessing, in August of 2013, and
this
then
guy's
in
really nice.
September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own, and Johnny doesn't have a ton of friends because he can't, and I would go up and hang out with him. You know, we really enjoyed each other. We really liked each other. And so we would just hang out.
Just guys being
on
dudes.
a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies, and I'd hang out with his kids and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle niece nephew relationship with his kids, and they called me Uncle Io. And
Mr. Tillett-Wright, did you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1, and Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high.
Okay, here we go.
What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was, on a number of occasions, I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano-a-mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them.
Okay.
For a while. And so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him.
Okay.
For example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying, and very upset in the kitchen, I think.
Okay.
And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. Situations like that, or
what? What does that even mean?
And he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought, Jesus Christ, you know.
What was it?
Things like, she's gonna, you know, all she's got is her looks, and, you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is gonna be interested in her.
Jesus.
For anything. She, you know, better like figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And I
Squad fucking W. Oh my god.
Also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved.
Wow.
That I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality. But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch, and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky.
What, if anything? Yeah, this is a norm.
Poor, and how his mom was verbally and physically abusive.
Shit.
He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily. He was even kind of like...
A lot of my friends did.
Yeah, it's crazy, I know. But I've been doing it my whole life and built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs. And he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober. But that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been inebriated to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that.
Yeah.
When his children were around.
Bro, are we really gonna do this again? Bro, are you really gonna do this on me? Are you really gonna fuck me in the ass?
Told me that
they do it again, I swap.
With
they do it again, I swap.
Women, his drug and alcohol use.
I swap.
Had been in children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been inebriated to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself.
Chat, it doesn't work.
You know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he told me that in his relationships with previous women, his drug and alcohol use had been an issue.
Probably, yeah.
But that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high.
That would suck, man.
He also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities.
Yeah, I could see this happen.
He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Kate, Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened with Vanessa Parody.
Mr. Tillett-Wright, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin.
That sucks.
And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick, and that it...
yeah, that sucks.
I don't remember exactly the words that he
God
uses,
damn.
but he referred to it to me verbally many times as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick, which he's tried to kick most things. He said it was harder than heroin.
Jesus Christ.
So he was very
why do they keep prescribing that shit then?
verbose about
the fuck?
OxyContin, having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
So what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes?
Money, that's a good point.
Joints.
I think that's probably why. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mr. Depp, as far as I could see, always had a cigarette or joint in his mouth at all times.
Jesus.
Where I was confused about how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet that had, I don't know, tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014.
Mega joints?
With respect to
holy shit,
the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
God damn.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe.
Okay.
Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that they, with his recording studio in it, that they mostly stayed in. So, I know whiskey for sure, and there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
Okay.
And when you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion?
I bet a lot.
I don't know.
I mean, he said he'd been doing it forever.
The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where
This
he
is the
suddenly
mega
had a
pint.
glass of whiskey, and I remember it being like, I remember because I grew up counting people's drinks. I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, what, if any, observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp,
it's confirmed, boys,
was very open with everyone that he
oh my god,
was a heavy user, and
that's crazy.
He told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this very large house property. So if
Mega pint
Sweetser
time,
Avenue
that's
goes
right.
like this, the house that I was staying at, 76, is down here, then there's 78, which is right here, and then up here is 80, and then across the street, I guess, is 82. And 82 is a very large compound. So he and I were staying, I was at 76 or up at 80, and then 82 they lived in for a brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the like the property, into the like, because it was very lush and a lot of trees, and went up quite far up the hill. And he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in there on one instance. He told me,
okay,
I know that he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out, but he also told me that he fucked up, so I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts,
Oh, somebody fucked
there
up.
were a number. I think he said on the plane.
Yeah.
He said that he didn't remember what had happened.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed to me that he wanted to get sober for Amber, that he didn't enjoy being sober, that it wasn't fun,
nice.
And that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober. Yeah, he didn't want to be.
That's why I never started doing
And what,
drugs.
if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception
I never got into it.
Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like
I was
she
worried.
was his leash and she was holding him back from doing what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol. I just want to go back to another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas.
Okay.
There were two different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there, and that the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Tilleray,
good.
When you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
And the language that ended up being
he's got a drug problem, man.
Was that
it is
there
what it
was
is.
A side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster.
I like that. The language there.
So that the monster, he would say things like, the monster
Fucking
will
savage.
not win. I will not be that type of man. I don't want to be that type of man or husband. I don't want to hurt. He would call her Slim, our Slim, our girl, referring to all of her friends.
That's nice,
and
yeah.
him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs. He would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid.
That's what a lot of people do.
Leave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it. Why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks. And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her. And he would insult his fans. He called them, I remember he called them remoras, which is a type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it. He would rail against his mother and his sister, sisters.
Do remoras do that?
Anyone that he felt had crossed him.
I don't think they do that.
He became very nasty about.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about
Trixidos? Yeah.
his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him.
Damn.
During his upbringing.
And that's why.
And that she was also viciously, like, violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot. And he
said that's bullshit.
Kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point something to the effect, I threw it here actually. Yeah, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me. I don't need another one in my life. There was a fair bit of that kind of like, you know, my mom's been awful enough to me already. I don't need another woman who's gonna also.
Holy shit.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
Yeah.
We had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
Jesus, bro, that's brutal.
What do you recall?
What's this about?
In the
They're trying to make him
beginning,
look bad. That's all. They're just trying to make him look bad.
Expressed that
he's a drug addict.
She made him feel crazy. That he was so in love that it made him feel crazy.
So it's because of gaslighting him.
The very first time that I mentioned, September of 20.
That's exactly what those people
when
do.
He and I were alone together a lot. He expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to him, or in the film, and I said to him, listen, you know, I know her, I think, pretty well. And I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it.
Yeah.
And I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But as far as I know, that's really not the case. And I think that she's really in love with you. And I think that she also is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth. And both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control.
Okay. This
and
kind
it
of
would
makes
cause him
sense.
to fight, to be specific in regard to your question.
I believe this.
He told me about the fight that they had, the time that I went up there.
I believe this
Are you
so
asking
far,
for specific
yeah.
instances, or are you
This is
asking
all
about the
fair.
nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night.
Okay.
When I was living down the hill at Sweetser, when I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool.
We know about that.
And spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, you know, she called him old.
Oof.
And he then calls her soon to be ugly and talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other. He told me
seems like a great relationship. Soon
about
to
a
be
fight that
ugly.
they had. We went to England that September.
Wow.
It was Whitney's.
God
birthday, I
damn,
think.
man.
Amber's
What an
sister,
insult,
Whitney.
yeah.
And Amber was stuck working. My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was the closest to, all have birthdays in September.
Yeah.
Raquel's just before the end of August, whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately.
That sucks.
He said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see.
Mega fight.
I spoke to him.
That's right.
After I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So that's the Boston, LA plane incident. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Tillett-Wright, I'm going to ask you about the Boston, LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It seems that way, yes.
What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
And I went upstairs to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, "Hey, buddy, like, wake up," which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up, and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. And he didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane.
Okay. So he didn't remember anything?
Much detail of anything, and he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again.
That settles it. It's done.
That was that incident.
What if any
Problem solved.
meetings related to alcohol?
Why, was that easy?
Did you and Amber
Holy
attend
shit.
in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly attended. So she came with me to a number of Al-Anon meetings, and she also had, I think, 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less, and she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
Okay.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. Would have been in like the next day or 2, because we weren't there for that long. And
they're trying to make him seem like a junkie? Yeah.
He reached out to me and basically
How many drugs he does?
said
He's on drugs.
something to the effect of
drugs. Jesus Christ, man.
I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know. And I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she wasn't ready to talk to him. He let me know that he had engaged Dr. Kipper, and that he intended with every fiber in his being to get sober, and that the nature of the conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing, you know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After because they were married in February, and they went to Australia in the spring.
You know, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, and forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically there. You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I feel like
and
it's
you also
unfair,
had discussed,
man. It's
about
unfair.
Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make
seems like
about
horseshit to me.
Johnny at the ceremony and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
You know, I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony.
Okay.
On the day of their wedding. Because I was going back and forth between their respective like private preparation quarters.
Yeah, not the whole day. Just like
because
before
I
the
was
beginning.
technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them.
With the dudes.
But I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart between, I was also taking pictures. I was one of two people who was friends with them that had worked as photographers, so I volunteered to take pictures. So I was
that's nice.
Very intimately with Johnny and Jack.
You got a nose ring?
Leading
Yeah,
up
he
to the
does.
wedding, and he wasn't drinking, I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
And then let me ask you this. After the ceremony, as you were walking to the reception, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
As we were walking back from the ceremony, we were coming into Cafe Los Cabrones, which is where the party was happening.
Okay.
And I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said,
"There's the picture." Okay.
We're married now. I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it.
So I'm going to now turn your direction to Australia, roughly a month later after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize anybody in this picture?
All right, here we go.
I do, yeah, myself and Miss Heard.
Wait, oh, that's him?
Do, yeah.
Please describe.
Damn,
what you
he
see.
looks way different too.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And
God damn,
what, if
they
any
both look way different.
similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned
This is
from
if she
Australia?
cuts herself.
Very similar.
All right, and are they the same? Were they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show, Mr. Telleright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5.
Okay.
And it's a text message exchange. Do you recognize this text message number here below Arrow's Arc?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so
Got it.
does this represent a text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm going to start you at the top with the blue. It says, "I need you." Do you recognize who is sending that message?
Yeah.
Mr. Tilleret, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6.
Okay,
Do
let's
you
see
recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
I see Amber Heard, and I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what, if anything, do you recall about seeing anything similar to that when you arrived in December 2015 at Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
Okay.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken. I believe there was another one on a different part of her head as well.
Okay.
Do you recognize the picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me
That
what
it's
is
like,
depicted
bro.
in this picture that you recognize.
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you
I
saw
mean, like
when you were shown it as you testified earlier
you know what I mean?
2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tilleright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face with a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately
Herpes? I don't know about
depict
that.
what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
That's her hair.
This is the type of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
Taking the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and
those are his kids.
Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to ask you, what, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct.
Is that the one where she threw the shit at him? I think it is.
So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tillett, what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016.
That's fast.
Do you recognize this document?
Change that shirt
yes,
quick.
I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now, it starts out, hi, Steve left me a voicemail at 5 a.m.
Okay.
And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 in the morning and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management. And I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out the something. And it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble in the character of management.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17.
Why?
And then, Alex, I'm going to ask you to
Yeah, what is
play
this? Why? Why did this happen? Sounds hilarious. Yeah, it does sound funny, but I don't know why. This is it.
Ah! Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
Did he kick the microwave? I think he did.
in this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
This is the morning I think he found out his mom died.
No.
That's what I heard.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy.
There's the mega pint. Let's go.
Oh, you're crazy.
There it is.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
Okay. She's laughing? Yeah, because she knows she got him upset. That's why.
You can take this down now.
That's the demon in control. That's the demon.
Mr. Tillett-Wright, do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes,
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
Okay.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall with respect to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of, like, can you talk? And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened.
Yeah.
She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that he, either he wants to ask you about, or and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And he, I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow.
Uh-oh.
I think the words were used were shit on his pillow. So I started laughing, and I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, you know, first of all, I wasn't there that day, and so he got very agitated.
It has nothing to do with him.
She and I thought it was funny, and he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs.
Clomping?
I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped, and he said to her, oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back?
Uh-huh.
And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and would her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest.
Okay.
And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020 that quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public.
I don't
and
know.
Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
And then on June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a, quote, abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Obviously.
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another?
Oh my God.
In what they said?
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
Objection.
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette
He's
and that
fucking
made him
tired
violent,
of this shit.
I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and upset and paranoid.
Oh my God.
So, and I never knew what he had taken.
He's tired of it.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes? Before that, I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser.
Okay.
And
once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Okay.
Always, okay. Jesus. The devil's lettuce, that's
you
right.
recall, when Miss Bredenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes.
He's getting pissed. I can tell he's getting fucking pissed. He's annoyed.
When you saw that, that was more than a day after it was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, my understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th.
Okay.
And I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
Okay. So I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended.
How
so
would
I
he
don't
know?
If it was 20 hours or 16 hours or 13 hours.
How the fuck would he
But
know?
My understanding, again, was that they had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head, but it happened sometime then and there. So yeah, sure. My understanding was that that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
Well, that settles it. Okay, now what?
All right. Completes. All right. Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Raquel Pennington. It's a long one, so we could listen to some of it
All
tonight.
right. Let's go ahead and
into-
start. Why don't we go ahead and start it today?
Okay, let's see it.
At least get 30 minutes in, if we could.
That's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
All right.
And, Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense. Sure. Let's see it.
Can I please have you state your name for the record?
This is one of Amber's friends.
In what city and state do you currently reside?
I see
Los
that.
Angeles,
Okay.
California. You've been deposed before, right?
That's the first time he's spoken in like 2
You
days.
were deposed in Ms. Heard's divorce proceeding for Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
No.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was technically called a declaration or whatever it was
Right.
to write down my account of events as fresh in my memory as possible.
Okay, that makes
And Ms.
sense.
Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that correct?
I do not remember, actually. I think, I don't know.
Yeah, why
Did
the fuck
Mr.
would
Depp
she
ask
remember
you to
that?
write down anything in support of any legal filings?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember.
This is useful. Thank God we got through with
So it's your
this.
testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account.
Yeah.
That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it.
Didn't happen to her.
As soon as I could.
You provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
I don't know who it got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
She got no fucking idea. There you go.
Yes.
And for which party did you testify for the UK trial?
All right. That's
I believe
great.
it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean The Sun?
Yes.
Oh, that was the one that made up all that bullshit. Yeah,
When was
we
the
know
last
about
time you
them.
spoke to Ms. Heard?
Uh-huh.
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
Okay.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
Probably, it was before her baby was born. So we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Ms. Whitney Heard?
Around November? October, November of last year.
Maybe.
When you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
Maybe.
When did you first meet Ms. Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Ms. Heard in 2003,
Yeah.
you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Ms. Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So they were friends. That's incredible.
And
I
you
can't
were friends
believe
with
this.
Ms. Heard through her divorce from
Wow.
Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
When was this?
Twenty 2017? 2017 to 2018. Yeah.
Where did you both live?
This is proving to be very useful.
We lived on Holly
Yeah.
Drive.
This is very useful. I get it.
Was that a home?
Yes.
And did you pay rent?
No.
Did Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you still consider Ms. Heard a friend?
Just a second.
I wouldn't consider her not a friend.
What does that mean?
We don't speak. We are not enemies.
Why don't you speak?
Oh my god, bro. Here we go. Girl drama. Let's go.
Rhonda, can I put my question read back?
Yes.
Here we go. I want to know why. What happened?
Sitting here today, you can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Miss Heard.
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships and other.
She's hiding something. She is 100%
relationships.
hiding something.
Over the course of your friendship with Amber Heard, did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Yes.
Can you define illicit?
I'll be right
drugs?
back. I fucking, I've
Not
got to take a
prescribed.
piss. Like, this is just, can you define illicit? Shut the fuck up, Bill
Yes.
Clinton.
Did you ever see her use cocaine?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
Countless?
No.
Less than 10?
Yes.
Less than 5?
Yes.
If you remember, when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
I don't remember.
Did you ever do cocaine with Miss Heard, Amber Heard?
Yes.
How often?
Okay. Guys, did I miss anything?
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Ms. Amber using more cocaine?
No.
Cocaine? I thought she said she didn't like cocaine.
Did you ever see Miss Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Wait, what? Wait a second. She said she didn't do that.
I don't think so, no.
They did coke, not cocaine.
You know what Provigil is?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Are you aware that Miss Amber Heard has taken a drug called Provigil?
Yes.
Do you know when she started taking it?
No.
Do you know whether Amber Heard continued to take Provigil during her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Who the fuck knows?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped taking Provigil?
She never told me that.
Are you familiar with any of the side effects of Provigil?
No.
There's no way
Did
she
Miss
could
Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects as a result of Provigil?
She never said anything about that.
You testified you saw Miss Heard use mushrooms less than 5 times, yes?
Who is this? This is Raquel.
Yes.
It's one of Amber's
Each
friends.
of those 5 times, or less than,
Or former
was she in a
friends.
relationship with Mr. Depp.
Did you say each of the 5 times?
Right.
Not each of the 5 times.
How many times that you observed Amber Heard use mushrooms was she in a relationship
What?
with Mr. Depp?
What the fuck does that mean?
Maybe 3.
Okay, that's it. That's an answer. All right. We got an answer.
Do you recall the specific occasions when you saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
3 out of 5 times. Yeah.
The first Coachella that we went to. The
Okay.
second Coachella that we went to.
Okay. It's a lot of Coachellas.
And
I would never want to go there. What about the third?
Maybe at Hicksville.
I hope she doesn't feel confident about this one.
But I
With
can't
Mr.
be
Depp?
sure of that.
Uh-huh.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014?
Approximately.
Okay.
And Miss Heard at the time was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
And when you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp owned, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And specifically, the one you lived in, it was referred to as Penthouse 1, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And when you moved in, Mr. Depp gave you a master key to all the penthouses he owned, right?
It could have been one of his assistants.
Damn, that's a nice
When you
guy.
say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Bro, he lets everybody
Correct.
stay at his house. He didn't give a fuck.
So either Mr. Depp
Yeah.
or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew for rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
He did not charge him any rent, no.
Okay.
Did either of you get physical?
No.
And how was this argument resolved?
We talked it out.
Okay.
You recalled another argument with Miss Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder. Let's see. Let's see what it gonna be.
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she
She's
finally
stalling
found them
'cause
in a
she's at
place that I
work.
thought I had looked, and
Take the maximum amount
we
of time
started
off.
arguing about that.
Drag
She
this
thought that
as
I
much
wasn't
as you can.
looking hard enough, I think, and I told her that I thought that
Yeah.
I was there. Yeah, I think that's what their argument was about.
Yeah, is that right?
Was this just a verbal altercation, or did you get physical with each other?
Yeah, I believe that I pushed her.
How did Miss Amber Heard react to that?
So she pushed Amber.
She either pushed or hit me back.
But she got pushed first, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Shouldn't push people.
You know where she hit you?
I think it was on my cheek.
Catfight, Joe.
Do you recall any other physical altercations that you've had with Miss Amber Heard?
But why she pushed her?
no.
I don't know.
Do you recall any specific instances when you saw Amber Heard get into a fight with someone else?
No.
In the time you've known Amber Heard, have you ever seen her wear hair extensions?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I think I know
don't
where this is
when
going.
Exactly, she had them throughout.
Oh, because remember.
I'm going to mark as Pennington Exhibit 1.
Oh.
Pennington's witness statement in the UK proceeding, which is dated June 16th, 2020. Right. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Wow.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
She said yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did anyone help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
No.
She's
Did
acting
Amber
like
Heard's
she's.
counsel help you write this?
No.
She's acting like she's telling the truth.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this
I don't
witness
know.
statement?
It's hard to
No.
say.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is, or a signature is.
It seems genuine. I don't know.
Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Okay.
Yes.
You previously
Okay.
testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Hurd, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
It's an e-signature, which is different.
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Who is
Yes.
this? This is one of Amber's friends.
Who
It's
else was on
Amber's
that trip?
witness.
Whitney Hurd.
Okay. That's Amber's
Nathan,
sister.
Who was one of Johnny's assistants.
Okay. She's a UFC fighter? Wait, what the fuck?
Brittany Eustace. Kelly.
She's a UFC. Is that true?
Milano.
Is that really? Wait, what? Yes? People say yes and no. Bro, I don't know.
Anyone else that you can recall?
Same name, different person.
Trying to remember.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
No, I don't remember anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you all staying?
At Hicksville Trailer Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
That's crazy.
My question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
Mm-hmm.
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you to
In a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
6 to 10 feet.
What time of day did this occur?
Evening.
Had you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
She is just...
I think so.
I think so, yeah. I bet.
What
I
do you
think
recall
so.
consuming at that time?
Yeah, she just seems spaced the fuck out, man.
I don't remember. Likely wine.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember specifically.
Do you smoke any weed?
No.
Of course
Did you
not.
consume any cocaine?
No.
Had you consumed any mushrooms?
I believe so.
There we go. How are you gonna know
Have you
weed
consumed
like that?
any MDMA?
And then do mushrooms.
No.
Who was the friend that you referenced Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive towards?
Kelly Sue.
How did you know her?
She was married to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville occurred?
Uh-huh.
More than 1 year, less than 2.
Mm-hmm.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening? before
All right.
Mr. Depp became, quote,
6, 7
angry
years
and
ago, it's
aggressive.
understandable. Yeah. I'd be like, I don't know. Yeah.
I
Oh,
witnessed her
I don't know.
hang out with
That's all I'd say.
the rest of the group.
Did you see her consume any alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Did you see her smoke any weed?
No.
Consume cocaine?
No.
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Okay.
Maybe one. So I'm genuinely trying to remember. I saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
That's great.
Did you see her consume any MDMA?
No.
That's surprising.
You testified that Mr. Depp said
One
words to
shroom?
the effect
Yeah.
of, quote, get off my woman, end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano to, quote, get off his woman, end quote, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote?
Let's see. What's she gonna say? What's she gonna say?
That was what happened. Then I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair out by the fire. He came out of nowhere, said that, and then I think that Amber and Johnny went back to their trailer.
Oh my God.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of get off my woman, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive?
Yeah, what is it?
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
All right.
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber Heard raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see Amber Heard consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see it.
But
you
it
didn't see
happened.
Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
That's crazy.
Was she holding a drink?
I don't remember.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
Uh-huh.
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, in a rage, end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
That's
Did you hear
interesting.
Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
Ah.
Did you hear Ms. Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Wow.
Did you personally see that the trailer was, quote, trashed, as Ms. Heard described?
The next morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At
What
least that's
specifically
something.
did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures had been knocked off.
Okay.
But you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
I did not see it.
So the only thing you know about what happened in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me.
This is Amber's
and what
witness,
I saw
yeah.
the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off.
Yeah,
that
this
correct?
is Amber's witness.
That was not the only thing I saw. It is the specific thing I saw.
What else do you recall about the trailer?
It was in a general disarray.
A general
What does
disarray.
that mean?
That means it looks like my room.
Was trash. It was torn apart.
That's fucked up.
What besides the light fixtures were thrown apart?
I've already told you specifically, I remember the light fixtures. The rest is a general disarray.
What is
Thanks,
a general
Letsu.
disarray
20
to
subs,
you, Ms.
thank you.
Pennington?
Stuff off the counters, cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Ms. Hurd shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop
Yes.
right there? So that'd be a good breaking point, I think. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not
Let's do that.
discuss
Thanks to the 20
this case
gifted
with
subs. I
anybody, and don't do
appreciate
any
it.
outside research, and we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, all right? Get some sleep, okay? Thank you.
Yep. There we go. And epic pillow fight? Yeah, exactly. Google general disarray. I just give me 1 second. One second, sorry. Wait, it's over already? Holy shit. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Yep, I got it. All right. So anyway, we gotta talk about this. All right. We gotta have a little bit of a situation here. We gotta have a little bit of a conversation. Now, I feel like obviously that woman was really, really tired. Like, I'm gonna just be real. Like, she was incredibly tired. She has been probably sleeping a lot. And I think that makes sense, right? Yeah, she was very, very tired. And there's a lot we got to get into, right? There's a lot we got to say, and etc., right? And in general, guys, I want to say, is in general disarray? Yeah, she was in general disarray. We have a lot of other stuff to talk about today. Like, I got to let y'all know. Like, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, she hit on the nod? Yeah. Just 1 second. Okay, all right, sorry about that. I'm trying to figure something else out for getting my my lawn and everything taken care of to make it compliant with the city. So I have to take a couple of seconds to handle this little situation. So anyway, oh my God, that was like, it was so slow at the end there, like it drove me crazy. Like, honestly, I'm gonna go rewatch that tonight for ASMR. And we'll talk about a little bit more about this stuff. It's like this whole situation, like everything here. Like, I mean, she was just getting fucking roasted into oblivion. To be honest with you, I'd like to see Johnny come back and talk about this a little bit more and give his perspective on it. Because I don't think we really ever got his perspective with the number of these other cases, etc. And I don't know. I think obviously you're going to see a lot more people who are, you know, they're going to see the light here. You know, I feel like, yeah, there's going to be more co-exam and all everything like that. Morning stream? Yes. Well, I was mowing stream, excuse me. No, it's going to be a morning stream. Tomorrow, I will be back online in the very early morning. However, there have been some things. There have been some situations. There have been some events that have happened over the course of the past 24 hours. And these situations and these things have been very upsetting.